All right, guys, we are live. Good evening. You are tuning into session 7 of the RPG Constructs Dragongrin Chronicles, entitled To the Death. Have my 4 amazing players here as always. Um, the one thing I do want to start off with is to wish our friend here, Chad Nick, a wonderful birthday. Today is his birthday, and he is actually playing D&D on his
I
birthday.
am, which makes me feel so good. Like this is awesome. Thanks,
You
guys.
know, you know, I'm. You could be out getting drunk, and you're with us, and that just means so much to me. So I might not kill you this session.
Oh, that's so sweet. Thanks. Thank you
No,
so
no promises
much.
though. No promises though. Um, anyway, so guys, what we're going to just kind of start off doing, I'm going to have one of our players here, Scott, has graciously volunteered to give us kind of a recap of the last session, and then we will get right into it. So, Scott, if you please.
Okay, so we opened down in the mines, pretty much the dungeon of Gosrin, uh, with a basilisk staring at us. We all thought that we were going to have to fight this thing, and we had been preparing and talking about it for about a month. And come to find out, this thing was just one big pet. And it was the pet of Dal, the last stone rider of Gosrin, and he was an Uldane dwarf, just like our man here, Boz. And he ended up giving us some details about the history of the Uldane dwarves, one of them being the nice cushy seats that we were sitting on, which was made of dragonborn hides. Apparently there's a great feud between the Uldane dwarves and the dragonborn. So these were all the skinned and tanned hides of dragonborn that he had killed. He ended up giving us the last basilisk egg that he had been holding on to, waiting for the right people to show up to kind of pass on this lineage. And he gave it to Sentry, to much of Boz's chagrin. And it then proceeded to open up, excuse me, before he passed away and turned to stone himself. He opened up his entire place to us and said, take whatever you want. And we all walked away with a little something that we'll probably end up finding out more about later on. But he also mentioned that in my character, as you're talking to him, is that about 20 years ago, about the time that the Vylok won their freedom from their demonic overlord and master, that some Vylok had come through, and he had kind of befriended them. And he remembered seeing my character, who had yellow eyes compared to most Vylok who have red, seeing those eyes before, which led Razir into a very frenzied excitement. Excuse me. We proceeded through the tunnels in sewers and came upon a gentleman who took some persuading in order to get us to pass. And we ended up in pretty much the Assassin's Guild of the Xyloth. And Zanza, my sister, is the head of this Assassin's Guild, and proceeded to then take Ryan, as much as I hate him, took Ryan prisoner because he's a slave owner, and they do nothing but topple slave owners, killing them, and pretty much blackmailed us due to the fact that we have sworn protection of Ryan into killing another slave owner. We ended up gaining entry to his house through his own slaves, and after our friend Sentry here decided to turn into a bunch of cockroaches, learned that there was kids in the room. So we busted in all stealthily and took everybody out peacefully with sleep, killed the master, left the baby and the children and the mother alone, so that way they could go on their way, and proceeded back to my sister, who didn't believe that we were going to be coming back. So we found Ryan beat within an inch of his life on his last breath, where he proceeded to give us the satchel that he had been clutching still the whole time, which contained copper nuggets. And he told us to tell his father Digne sunt, which is Latin for we are worthy. And that's pretty much where we left off.
Yeah, that's a pretty complete and concise recap probably a little more than everybody needed. A whole bunch of spoilers there, but thank you, Scott. I appreciate that. So when we left our party, they are all standing over Ryan's lifeless body in this kind of makeshift sewer temple. Infernal writings and teaching of Zayla kind of scrawled all over the walls, scratched, some in red, some in black. And Raz's sister Zansa is kind of on a raised platform, just staring. Probably a dozen of her dark-robed followers kind of surrounding you guys as you stand there. And your friend, as annoying as he was, seemed to have a bit of a moment that changed his perspective up until the point where he passed. You had all been given pieces of this kind of copper ore. And as we didn't get a chance to do it last session, as this happens, I want to ask each of you, what would you be feeling? What would you be doing as you see Ryan take his last just... let's start with Tor.
Tor would have probably been down, like his hand on Ryan's chest, listening to his last breath. And as he hears that exhalation, he has to control himself again. So one hand still on his chest, the other hand will go to that pouch with the socks and start rubbing it. But his eyes will look up with hatred towards these tieflings that couldn't keep their word. And he's glaring at them for now, trying to restrain that initial surge of red, that surge of hatred and rage. And knowing that he should probably wait till the rest of his group kind of react to see what happens, but he himself would not be against teaching them a lesson.
Okay. And what about Boz?
Boz finds himself conflicted. Ryan was, well, for the longest time, Ryan was a pain in the ass. But he had become a mainstay. He had been with them. Not only had he been with them since the beginning, he was the beginning. He was the reason that we set off in the first place. Well, him and Boz. Boz may have had a hand in us having to get off that ship when we did. And there were times where he genuinely couldn't stand Ryan, but he had become a companion. He had become a part of their party. And now there's a loss. There's an emptiness that Boz is feeling conflicted about, because he didn't expect to have these kind of feelings should something happen to Ryan. And it makes him look a little bit, spend a few extra moments as he looks around at each of the other party members, wondering what will happen if and when one of them dies.
And Sentry.
It has been a long, long time since Sentry has seen anyone die in front of him, let alone, someone that while he felt sort of disrespected by this man, this is the first time he's seen what he would consider a companion fall to other people, not just to time, but to other people. And he is conflicted. He's confused because he doesn't know how to handle this. And he looks to the others for sort of validation of how should I be feeling? What should I be feeling right now? Because I don't know how the emotion should feel in this conversation.
And finally, Razir, what would you be thinking, feeling, doing?
I think Razir would definitely be right down next to Ryan, like probably almost like holding, cradling his head. They'd be like, no, 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 no. Come on, you're supposed to stay up. This isn't supposed to. And he'd be like frustratingly panting. And you would see instinctually he just taps something so that way it rings and he's casting cure wounds on him. Like, no, 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 no. You I promised I'd get you to your father. You can't. No, no, no. And then he as he realizes it sets in that Ryan is gone. As much as he hated him, he wouldn't wish this upon him. Like, he's obviously been beaten and bruised and battered and tortured. And he would look up at his sister and they would just, you guys have seen his eyes kind of glow before, lightly, this yellow, but they would be glowing so red with almost pure flaming hatred.
Yellow,
though. And
Good job.
I had your word. We are Vylok. We have nothing but our word. It is all we have ever had. And to me, your own brother, you have broken this? For what? How are you better now than the ones that you dethrone around you? When you can so easily throw away a life of everyone, how are you any better?
and she looks down at you and shakes her head and says, "But brother, you see, when did your opinion of the masters change? You two lived under the whips and the torture and the pain for decades. All of our people did. And yes, you killed a master. And you set free 100 souls. 100 slaves are now free because of what you've done. And this one, he will never have slaves again. And it means something to them. When did you change so much, brother? When did you stop looking further than your own petty feelings? This isn't about you. This is about our people. This is about never allowing anyone to be a slave again. Has it been so long that you don't remember?"
I remember. I was there. I fought while you guys secured all of these people. I was there. I fought the demons who enslaved us. Demons that you killed, they come back. Here, you are washing your hands in blood and considering yourself better than them when their hands are just as bloody.
When you find your purpose, my brother, you will understand that it is no longer about you. It is obvious that you do not have that ability. You must grow up, and I don't have time to help you.
You speak of growing up, and all I see is a once caring, loving person who raised me has turned into the exact creature she demises. And you break your word. You gave me your word no harm would come to him.
I would suggest thinking back, brother. I told you that I would let you take him with you. I never promised that I would not touch him. I never agreed. And you may take him with you. He may go with you. And
Screw you in your bloody semantics. You are no better.
from a certain point of view, I suppose, but you'll find that many of the truths we believe depend greatly on our point of view.
And yours is so askewed.
Believe in yourself.
What
To
has
your
happened?
eyes.
What would mother say? What would father? Would you think they would look upon you and be proud of this?
They would say nothing because they are dead. And we are here to protect the living. I have no more time for your childish rants. You need to go.
We will go. Because I have my word to keep to this man and return him to his family. And perhaps we can find a way of freeing his slaves without bloodshed. And be the bigger and better person, the person you cannot apparently comprehend to be. You have lost your way. Remember, when you stare into the bleak stares back.
And with that, she smiles and she looks at all of her followers and she nods. And her followers begin to take a step closer to you. They're kind of in like a semicircle around you. And each of them has pulled out a small kind of Chris dagger, kind of a curved dark dagger. And they're taking steps closer to you. And all of you see this happening. The only one who it's just in passing is going to be Sentry. Sentry is slightly distracted at this point. What would the four of you like to do?
Tor would see these daggers pull out, get this interaction, and he realizes that though he'd like to teach them a lesson right now, that's not going to happen. It's more important that they keep their word. And he will scoop up Ryan as he already has his hands on his chest. He shifts his grip and slides him under and picks him up like he would almost a child. And rising, looked down at Razir, who was on the ground with Ryan's head in his hands. Come, little one. We must go. There's no fixing this situation. But we must do the only thing that we can. Keep our word. And they will get theirs.
And you guys did. Master Sullivan is laying his dead body is laying right next to Ryan. Would you guys do anything with that? Or the hand that you brought back?
I know Razir probably wouldn't even notice. He's bloodshot, like red, angered.
Okay. Sentry or Boz? What would you guys like to do?
Boz doesn't say anything. He just is nodding to what Tor has said. And if anything, he's moving a little bit closer to Razir. He's been kind of on edge to reach out and try to restrain Razir in case Razir tries to do anything stupid.
Okay. And Sentry?
I think Sentry right now is wanting to be that protective soldier again. He's wanting to be like that protective creature, but he has this weight that just begins to set upon his chest as he feels uneasy in the moment. The first time he doesn't understand it, because there's no way that a construct can have emotions. But it's almost as if this heavy weight on his heart is sitting right there. And he looks around to the others for confirmation, but as he sees them begin to start moving around and he sees the daggers begin to pull out, he nods slowly. Razir. You can tell that he seems to have a weighted sense to his voice. Razir, it would be wise of us to table this conflict for another day. There is no need for added bloodshed. Take Ryan's body, and we will bury it accordingly. Until then, we will not shed another blood. There is no need to dirty this soil.
This ground is too precious for their blood. It would taint it. And he would kind of get up, and you'd see that he's gripping that golden sword. And as soon as he kind of grips the handle and his knuckles turn white around it, his eyes still glowing that gold, you almost see a flash of like the red that came from Captain Vika's when he was on the ship, because this is technically his sword. And so he's kind of fueling a little bit of that. And he just kind of, you're right, my friends. We have business.
And as you agree, Zanza just motions to her followers, and they kind of part so you can see the exit door where you guys came from. And she very kind of proudly, very standing up straight, almost strutting down these few steps, grabs the hand of Master Sullivan, and she pulls that ring, that kind of signet ring that he had on, and she tosses it to you, Razir. She says, "Here, take this for your trouble. You can probably pawn it to get to wherever you're going. I wish you luck, brother."
Do not call me brother. Apparently we lost that when we split ways long ago, and this ring will not be used to be pawned. It will be a set reminder.
And she looks at you very sternly, her eyes for a moment just flashing a little bit brighter yellow, and she says, "As you wish." And she kind of bows her head and just motions for all of you to leave.
I would say that as we start to walk away, let me double check. I'd say a good 50, 60, maybe the max range on this is 120 feet. I'm going to cast message to her, and it's going to be, "I will see you again, and you will not like it. I have a debt to settle with you. And just remember, those who oppress get oppressed. And it's going to be impressive."
She just kind of smiles as you're walking out, and she just looks and just that kind of slight curt nod, just in kind of acceptance of what you said, but just still kind of like not really caring.
Oh, this is through message, so it's I'm like a good 120 feet away.
Right,
it's
right.
like a whisper in her ear.
Okay, gotcha.
I wasn't sure if you were thinking that it was like an interaction between.
No. She just nods.
Yeah, we are well on our way.
Right. So as you guys kind of twist and turn, you don't really know where anything is going. In the sewers, the only thing you were told were that you had to follow these symbols, which are not what you need. But probably 20 minutes into trying to navigate the twists and turns and the sort of labyrinth of the sewers of the city of Lorien, you turn a corner and you are met with a half a dozen heavily armored men with large black plumes upon their helms. Just these look like seasoned veteran warriors. They have this grimace on their face. They look at you and they all extend their spears. And behind them, you don't see anybody, but you hear, "Who goes there? Who are you? What are you doing here?"
To be honest, Razier would not be in a place that he would probably even notice or comment.
We are travelers. We've traveled far and unfortunately just ran into a group that killed our friend here. I think they may have killed others. There were other bodies, but we barely got out.
Another group. Who? What group? You killing people, but the only murder we know is someone broke into Master Sullivan's estate and killed him and almost killed his family. We followed the trail of blood into the sewers. And now I see you holding a dead body covered in blood. As the constable of Lorien, how could I believe that you aren't somehow involved?
This here is Ryan. He is from Copperfell. He was our traveling companion for many days. However, there's a group of tieflings that we ran into that killed this one. They're back that way, kind of gesturing over his shoulder with his head because he's carrying Ryan. I believe they killed him. In fact, they found a ring on the floor on the way to the pathway. It might be the signal. I did see a dead body in there, but I'm not sure.
And he says, "Oh, a signal? What was that? What did you say? You found a what?"
A signet ring, some symbol. I don't know. I'm not from here.
May I see this ring?
It's up to whoever has it.
Yeah, I'm sure he would kind of like bump me in. I'm completely within my own train of thought. Like I'm half listening. But, yes, yeah. And he would just kind of hand it over. He would have kind of been somewhat listening. We found it a ways back.
And he would look at it, and he would his 6 soldiers would kind of part, and you'd see a rather short but kind of stoutly built man, human. He's a little bit portly, shorter than most of you, but he wears several medals on the left breast of his armor, and he's obviously a higher rank than these others. And he just takes a half a step in front and grabs the ring from you, Razier, and he looks at it and he says, "This is certainly the ring of Master Sullivan. You say you found it. So if you were me and you found a group of people carrying a dead body, holding the ring of a man that was just murdered recently, would you be skeptical?"
I suppose I would be, to tell the truth, but look at this man that we carry. Does he look like he was this Sullivan? If I doubt the ring would even fit, nor would there be a marking where that ring is.
I don't claim that this ring, that the man that you carry is Sullivan. But, and just as he says, but from the two other directions behind you, where this kind of T crosses in the sewers, you hear kind of that telltale sign of basically men marching. And from both of those directions, basically cutting off your escape, you have 6 more in each pipe. And then you hear these men stop probably 10 feet from you. So you are basically surrounded by 18 well-armored, seasoned soldiers here. And he looks at you and he says, "It seems interesting, as I've been given different information." And he speaks almost past you and he says, "Your Honor, are these them?" And one of the groups that has come up behind you parts slightly. And Razir, again, you see Zansa, but she's not wearing her robes. And she looks at this constable and she nods and she says, "Yes, yes, constable. These are the men that I saw coming out of the estate. These are them. These are the ones that you need." And with that, the soldiers basically just swarm you, and all of you are basically put into shackles. And Razir, for a moment, your sister comes up in front of you after your shackles, and she said, "Well, we meet again, and you weren't very impressive." And she walks away just down the sewers.
I really don't like that woman.
I didn't like her growing up much either.
And the constable very properly looks at all of you and says, "The 4 of you have been charged with murder. You will stand trial in the city of Lorien."
How convenient when she's the one that ordered it.
And he just nodded and he said, "She told us that you would say that. She told us that she knew you before and that you were nothing but a liar and a trickster, and that
How
you would say
convenient
anything,
that.
and that you would say anything to get out of what you've done."
And none of this coincidence makes you question anything. Good pawn, good pawn, good boy.
He again just smiles and he turns, and the soldiers all lead you down, basically walking with you. Ryan still being basically dragged with you, taken from Tor. Your bags, your weapons taken. And they lead you to the end of the tunnel and up into the streets of Lorien. You are flanked on both sides, front and rear, by these soldiers. You come to a large stone building. Lanterns giving off this blue hue of light. The only 2 light sources you see in this city are either that blue or kind of a reddish hue. It kind of bathes the different areas. You see large buildings, you see small buildings, you see open windows. This is a bustling city. You see Drogas dwarves, you see Uldane dwarves, you see a tiefling here and there, you see gnomes, you name it, you've seen it. But several of these races aren't familiar, but they're all different. Every once in a while, you will see something that almost reminds you of Sentry, that kind of arcanic glow within a shell. You know these to be tome hearts, but these seem to be just following. They don't seem to be awakened as Sentry is. You are led up the stairs into a main kind of stone building. You are held in there and thrown into a cell altogether. Your shackles are taken. You are told to remain in the cell, and all of your belongings are confiscated. As the door just slams behind you, the constable says, "Rest well. Tomorrow, you will defend yourselves." And you just hear the door kind of click locked. And then nothing. There is a bucket or two. There are two beds. Looks like the mattresses are filled with straw. The frames are some metal. There is a bucket of water as well. The walls are stone, moss and kind of slime covered on one side. The room is probably 10 by 10. It's very small for 4 people, especially 2 the size of Tor and Sentry. As that door slams, I want to know what each of you would be feeling, what each of you would say to each other.
Just like our room on the ship, eh? Big cousin. Boz would just go sit in the corner, slump to the ground, and sigh heavily.
How are we to defend ourselves? Everything we say, they say we liars. No proof can be given.
I'm sorry, guys. It's a hung court already. It's stacked against us, and I played right into it. But if anything over the past few weeks, months have taught us anything, together we can pull through just about anything. We were floating on the sea for how long? And we survived that. At least here we got water, we got land. We can make it out of this. And with our big friend here, and he slaps Sentry, who tends to be made of this stuff, we might just have an upper hand on getting out of here.
He looks to you, Roz. Is this normal for you? For all of you? I've never been... And he touches the wall. I've never been in a cell before. I've never been arrested before. You say that they'll be putting us on trial, but this does not seem like a fair deal. How is it a trial if we do not have a way of defending ourselves?
It isn't a trial, my friend. It's a sentence. She has been working from the inside to dismantle all of the slave owners here. And now she has her scapegoat. Unfortunately for her, though, she doesn't realize exactly how resourceful we can be.
And at that, as soon as you say the word scapegoat, he looks at you and says, "Did you say goat?" There is... And he kind of has this moment of memory. A long time ago, when the Chetrevan elves were here, I remember us having goats. Yes. Plowing goats that would plow our fields. Yes. And he looks at the bars of the cell. Are you sure you want to escape? You'll need to tell me, because I do not know if this is the appropriate answer to our predicament.
Everybody keeps on undoing their
Scott, why
mic
don't you
and
go
mute.
first, and then Bill will go.
My friend, to say that we want to jailbreak would be an understatement. We are getting out of this jail cell. We are going to cause such a ruckus on our way. I can only hope we cause a ruckus, because right now I feel like breaking things. But at the same time, your ram, or goat, as you say, it's probably a really good idea, because I think what you're leading towards is ramming the cage that we are in. But remember, you, my friend, can turn into little tiny things that can just get out of this cage.
This is true, but you cannot.
No, but you can come back with something that can help us all get out.
And then he kind of has this moment of... He has this moment where he seems like he's thinking for a very long time, confused as to what he is going to do.
Actually, my friend, real quick,
Yes.
since you can turn so small, is there anything that you can do with the lock from inside? You might just be able to bung up the whole mechanism inside and let us out right now.
That is a possibility. He looks to Tor and looks to Boz for like group clarification, just to make sure that like this is the steps that we all want to take before he goes and makes a decision.
If we wait till morning, Sentry, we will see just this last one. These people do not strike me as ones who care about the truth. Though, honestly, we are quite guilty of what they claim we did. Just not the whole story of it. So, yes, leaving would be great.
Right now, they think that we may be guilty. They do not know that we are guilty. As soon as we leave this cell, they will know that we are guilty. Just in the sewers alone, they came at us with 18 very skilled, very heavily armored men and women, soldiers. We are, each one of us, stripped of our armor, stripped of our weapons. Razir, you can no longer make your music, not to the full benefit of what you have been doing. Sentry here, yes, you can change into things. You can get out. You could probably, to be honest, break these bars and let us out. I fear that if we walk out of this cage now, we are sentencing ourselves to death. And I don't know about you, but I'm not ready to die just yet. I'm thinking that this may not be the moment of which we want to take advantage. But our moment will be there. We should not act hastily. We should not act rashly. Razir, my friend, you are not in the soundest frame of mind. With this, you cannot disagree. All of us have been affected to various degrees by the things that have happened in the last several hours. We are worn, we are tired. I say we sleep on it. If in the morning we feel differently, then we can reassess. But I do not think it's a good idea to hastily rush to break out of this jail cell.
And because Sentry is such a logic versus emotions, he looks to you, Boz, and says, "You are correct. I would not want to risk the health and livelihood of you, my friends, before my own. At the end of the day, the three of you would fall before they break me, and I could not bear to watch those I consider family die. So, I agree. We shall wait till morning, when they are at their weakest, and then we shall assess how to attack."
Well, as much as I want to break some stuff, Boz, you are correct. And I think what he means, Sentry, is we should even almost play this as a long game. Break out when there is no other options, not just in the morning. But what do you think of some preliminary scouting? Is there any way, Sentry, that you can leave most of yourself here and possibly only have a couple of your stony little friends scurry off? Perhaps locate not only where our gear is, but maybe the layout of some of these corridors. So that way, when we do get out, we'll have a better idea of where we're going and where to find our stuff.
And just as you finish that statement, Razir, you hear footsteps coming towards towards your door. The only thing that you guys have seen is really the entrance of this building. There's a large kind of granite stone desk. You guys walked to the left, went down some stone stairs, and saw a long corridor lined on the right side with doors. And you hear footsteps going down those stairs, kind of the boots on stone, kind of the clicking as you go. And the footsteps get louder and louder. And I would assume that you guys would stop talking when you heard this. Yes? And the kind of halfway down the door, there's going to be kind of this door, this little opening that you would only assume would be for food or stuff like that. And you see a satchel or a pack just stuffed through. You don't see who it is, but you see a satchel or something kind of stuffed through very, very hastily, just dropped on the ground, slammed up. And then you hear those footsteps much faster, just like running up the stairs away. And something has been pushed into your cell. And it looks familiar.
Well, everything I've touched today has gone to shit. So someone else please pick up the bag.
I'll get it. That's fine. Tor will get up and walk over, pulling the bag kind of away from the wall a little bit in case someone comes through the door, but then start kind of opening it up and peering inside.
And you see that this was actually Razir's bag. This was his pack that he's carried with him since you guys have started. Inside, you see the tome of Dahl the Stone Rider, the one that he just gave a short time ago. You see the journal of Captain Vicus. You see the gem that he took from Dahl. You see 2 vials containing some red liquid, again, that he took from Dahl's personals, and various other small things. Nothing really that really are of consequence, other than also his small piece of copper ore is in that pack. What would you do with that?
Razir, this looks like your stuff, your pack, your items you've gathered. It's odd. I mean, there's someone out there who I don't see any other reason, but perhaps wants to help us.
I don't know what would be in that bag that would help us, but it's obviously, like you said, someone believes that there'd be something important in here. About the only thing of any weight would be the two books. There's the gem. I don't know how much I want to play with that. The two vials, I don't know enough to really fool with them either. If either one of Balls or Sentry, you might know better than I. But I will start looking through these tombs.
I'll take a look at the bottles.
Give me an Arcana check, Jake.
That is a 17.
You're going to be relatively familiar. You've seen these in alchemist shops. These are minor healing potions. Drinking these, you could roll a 1d6 to recover that many hit points. Both of them seem to be exactly the same thing.
Razir, I think you should keep these very close to you. When you inevitably get hurt, assuming it's not a beheading in our fate, these will help you. They are a potion of vitality. Not very powerful, but no offense, neither are you.
I just missed all of that. My computer froze for a second. I don't know if anybody else did.
I insulted you.
He did.
I heard that you should keep these close to you, and then you froze. And I knew exactly where you were going with it. So.
Yeah, I said they're when you get hit, inevitably, unless it's a beheading that is our sentence, you're going to need those because they're a potion of vitality. And then I said they're not very, very powerful, but then again, neither are you.
You know, Boz, I have to say, you have perfect timing for when a man is at his lowest. Thank you. If you could put those back into the bag, and he's flipping through. He'd probably start with. In all honesty, he'd probably start with the Stone Rider's tomb, only because that's the closest thing to maybe something that would help us here. But he would definitely end up going through the other one as well. And I think he would just. He's so kind of flippant that he would almost like just kind of toss the books down into the corner as he sat.
Okay. And, just looking through, you would see various pictures and just of epic battle scenes. And there have to be dozens of stories. And you see the name Dahl just consistently throughout it. You see pictures of basilisks. You see pictures of giants with missing limbs. Just a battlefield strewn with statues of warriors, just hundreds everywhere, and a battalion of these Uldane dwarves riding basilisks, just wielding these huge hammers, just raised in triumph. And each of these stories, as you just scan through quickly, talks about the victories that the Stone Riders had. you don't go, you're just scanning, as you said, you're kind of distracted, but this is just all about the magnificence that the Stone Riders were. And this is probably why Dahl gave it to you, to share this in your tales, in your stories, in your songs, in your art. It's the only reason you think he would give it to you.
Well, boss, I don't think there is much in here to help us at least get out of here. But if our end is possibly coming soon, I would suggest you, of all people, need to look more into this book. And he would hand it off to Boz and pick up the diary of Captain Vicus and start thumbing through that.
And as you pick up that book, Roz, there's a page that looks like it's been thrown in there. It looks like it has a small sketch on it, but as you thumb through and kind of open this book, it falls out onto the ground. And excuse me, it looks relatively familiar to all of you. But I'm going to ask everyone, that is Boz, Razir, and Tor, to give me a history check. As it was something that you all saw in the past.
This is like pertaining to a story or arts of any sort?
No.
No, okay.
And Tor has absolutely no idea. He thinks he's just hungry at this point. That's all he's thinking about. And Scott, Razir looks at it and he knows he's seen it before, but it slips his mind. But Boz, the entire time that, oh my Lord, I forgot Brian's paladin's name. What was it?
Halamar.
Halamar. I am so sorry, Brian. I'm a terrible person. All that time that you spent holding him in his last days, you recognize this symbol that falls out on this page that's sketched roughly on this page. This was the same symbol that you saw on Brian's arm after he was judged. This is the same symbol that you saw on Thalia's palm after Brian passed. And ultimately, this was the symbol that was etched into the palm that took Halamar, that you guys saw back on that island. And Boz, would you remind everyone, how would you state that? How would you say that?
I think so you said this was like a page that kind of like fell out of the book while he was flipping through it?
It looks like a different type of paper. It doesn't look like it belongs in this book. It looks like it was just kind of inserted.
I imagine this sheet just kind of as he's flipping through and doesn't see any significance to it. I imagine it kind of flipping out of the book and it kind of flutters to the floor and lands at Boz's feet. And Boz bends down just to pick it up and hand it back to Razir. And as he looks at it, you'd see almost like in a movie, these quick flashes of these instances that he immediately recognizes the symbol. And he would hold it up and show Razir and Tor and even Sentry, but specifically Tor and Razir, and he would say, "This, do you not recognize this?" And then even kind of move it and hold it so that's on, like hold it over the palm of his hand. Do you not remember where we have seen this symbol before? And then he would relay all these different places where it has happened to appear.
And Tor and Razir, what upon seeing this and remembering, what would you two be saying? What would you say to Boz?
That is all fine and dandy, but what does it mean? What good does that do us here? We're in a prison. They likely mean to kill us.
I don't think Roz he would still be kind of like flipping through the book like I don't know. I'm still looking for other ways out of here.
And the kind of the frustration of the day just kind of begins to wear on all of you, especially for Razir. It's been a very emotional day. None of you know what's coming tomorrow. None of you know if you'll make it to tomorrow. But the rest of the night kind of just goes without incident. You sit, you do absolutely nothing with Roz kind of thumbing through there. But I think there would come a time where all of you realize that whatever's coming tomorrow, you probably need to be rested for.
I think Sentry, because he barely sleeps, he has no need to eat. He would be the one to just sort of stalk around the cell as quietly as possible, but doing so in a very guard-like manner. Like, I'm not going to let any of these guys get snuck up on. I'm going to let them rest, let them get what they need done. And in the morning, when they wake up, nobody's going to get the jump on us because I'll be ready for them if they try to sneak into our cells in the middle of the night.
Okay. And what I'm going to show you guys here, just so we have it, I'm going to pull up the symbol in just a second. I'm having some technical difficulties here because my laptop is terrible.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have no clue of how to even transfer it from our chat to a link for you.
It's fine. Just give me 2 shakes and I will do it for you. Sorry, guys. Talk amongst yourselves. Every time I pull up where it is, it keeps going away and I don't get it. So, well, unfortunately, it's not going to happen, but I'm going to link, Jake, I'm going to link it to you if you don't mind. And because I know that you know how to put it into the chat for me. So just give me 2 seconds. If you could do that, I'd appreciate it. And I will screen share it, Jake. And while we're doing that again, I'm going to say, for now we have a few viewers, happy birthday to Chad Nick again.
Oh, I feel so special today, man.
That's twice, man.
I know.
No more. That's
no
it.
more. No more. My heart can't take it. I'm going to fall apart by the end of the session if we keep saying
If it makes you feel any better, Chad, my birthday was not too long ago, and none of these guys even said happy birthday to me. They didn't even acknowledge it.
I didn't know it was your birthday.
Yeah, whatever, dude. It only comes up on Facebook, and you're there every day. Don't worry. I know how it is. I feel the loves.
They killed you for your birthday. It's just like, hey.
Yeah, there's my present. You died again.
Actually, the only reason why I knew it was his birthday was because we had this game scheduled, and he's like, "Well, that's my birthday," and I went, "Oh, I'm so sorry." I'll get it up after the chat, guys. I'll get the picture up after we go. So anyway, I don't know why that's so That's so complicated to do. For some reason, it's not showing on my Google Drive. Rachel Ayers made me a bunch of new sigils, and now I can't show them because I'm a terrible human being, apparently. So, anyway, as we broke immersion there.
You suck, Drake.
So, as I said, sleep. Oh, hold on a second. What is that? Scott, what are you doing? Hold on. Scott? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can hear you. I don't know what Scott's doing.
What is going on with Scott's?
Scott found a way to. There we go.
There it is.
You screen shared it through that. Yeah.
All right. So that is the symbol, gentlemen. That is the symbol that you guys saw. That is the symbol that now that like 8 people are doing it.
I think Scott broke his computer.
Yeah. Let's make sure that he's back out. Scott, get out of that.
Oh, there he is.
All right, cool. Now that you guys saw that. Anyway. Sweet. So after all of this has happened, and you can see, obviously there's no sun in the sphere below. You don't know exactly what time it is, but you do know that all of you other than Sentry has slept or have slept. And you hear those same footsteps coming down the stairs, except there sounds like it's more than one. In fact, it sounds like it's a whole bunch. And the constable just kind of raps on the door, just, "It is time. I don't recommend that you fight. You will have your time to defend yourselves. Go with us peacefully, or you will regret it." And he instructs each of you to put your hands through that slot so that they can put the manacles on before you go. Would you all comply?
I don't think that Sentry's hands will fit through the slot. Like, I'm just thinking logically here. I don't think that will work.
So he would probably come to you last, Sentry. You and Bill, I think you and Tor would both just kind of, it would be like he's taking the manacles and he's kind of trying to get them, go through the door, and just realizing that it's just fruitless. And you'll just hear kind of a, and the door would just swing open, but they would be ready with their spears. And he would, the constable himself would actually come in and put the manacles on both of you. Both of you could probably easily break them. They don't look that sturdy, but he does want to put them on you nonetheless.
Just to kind of cover our bases here, what did we do with the bag? Because we would have hid it. Now, Sentry, is there any way of possibly hiding it technically, like almost inside of you? Like, can you pop up like a hatch? You got a trunk?
Well, there isn't. There is a place I feel like you could hide it. So there's a. I know, as vague as that sounds, that came out really wrong. Wow. So I have a cloak that of one of the former elves that I used to guard, and it's on the back of my shoulder, and it's like cloaked over, and it's got moss all over basically all over the corner of my shoulder. You could slide in the bag underneath the shoulder blade, and it would hide underneath that cloak of moss if you want. Or we could go completely Christopher Walken on it if you want. And then, pocket watches in places of all places. Jeez, I'm sorry.
I need more cowbell to make this better. Anyway, so I'll allow you for Sentry to hide it in his special place. That's fine, because there's really not much in there, and he's so big. I think you could probably snugly put it up in a special place. And so, as you guys walk, you are taken through that corridor out past where you guys were taken in, down those steps, and you're walked probably 5 or 10 minutes into what really resembles a courthouse, but it's made of coarse stone. It doesn't have those, kind of fluted pillars. It looks like just chunks of rocks just put on top of each other, just supporting this kind of overhang of, granite or basalt or some dark stone. This entire building, the stone is either dark gray or black. It's kind of a basic. It's kind of a matte look. It's not glossy. It's not shiny. It's not like quartz or marble. It's very dull. But the four of you are marched in and are told to, are pointed up to what you kind of picture as the defendant's area. It's just a box. It's just a stone box about waist high to Razir. So, Boz, it's probably up to your chest. And you're kind of looking like they can see your eyes, but that's about it. And everyone else can see over. And the guards, probably 8, surround this, spears ready. And the constable moves over to this room, and the room is huge. It's probably 100 feet long, 50 feet wide, pews in the back. You can see a second level with places to sit. What you can only assume next to you is the judge's bench. There's one chair and a large kind of table raised above everyone else. 2 stone tables down. Again, very reminiscent of a typical courtroom, except made out of stone. And you wait there as people slowly begin to trickle in. Would any of you be saying anything to each other at this point?
– Not really.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Would I be able to pick up on anything historically or significant about this stone courtroom?
Give me a history check.
So that is double proficiency. Yeah, even with that, I got an 11.
You've heard stories about the different buildings that different types of dwarves and gnomes, the different types of rocks and stone that are used to create in their buildings. You've heard of this really dark black stone. You don't recall the name though, and you don't recall anything of significance about this particular building in the city of Lorien in the sphere below. And people start to come in. There's some humans, there's some gnomes, there's some dwarves. There's just kind of a multitude of people coming in, probably 50 or 60, filling the pews behind. And as they do that, you see a familiar face. Going to the far table, past the pews, is Ansa. She is dressed in what could probably be construed as more of a professional look. She is wearing a pair of kind of pants with a tunic. She is not wearing her robes or anything that you have seen her in before. She just looks more plain, not so much not like she's doing herself up for anything. And she glances over at all of you and just has kind of a curt smile just out of the corner of her mouth and just nods very slightly.
When we get our chance, I don't care who it is, and as much as she is my sister, you have all of my permission to kill her. And he would have kind of like whispered this to the others as they were walking, kind of deal. He wouldn't have said that like straight out aloud.
And again, she's oblivious. The room starts to fill up. It's almost to capacity now, and you see, excuse me, a large tome heart come close to you guys. He looks to be made out of some type of scrap. There's rusted pieces. You see what you perceive to be iron and some copper and some tin, all kind of mishmashed together. As he walks, you can kind of hear the metal rubbing and squeaking. And he stands next to the judge's bench, and he probably stands 7 to 7.5 feet tall, and he just peers directly out. He does not make any type of contact with you. He doesn't make any motion or anything. But you do see that this kind of bluish color, arcanic energy within him. All the cracks in this scrap, you can see just a hint of this light. And you hear a minor hum as he walks past you. And he's probably 4 feet away between you and the judge's bench. And as everyone starts to calm down, you hear this voice kind of booming from this tome heart. It is very loud and has a lot of bass and kind of echoes amongst this stone. And he says, "All rise. The Honorable Wilhelm Cragg presiding." And you see an elderly Drogus dwarf, probably 4 feet tall, not very large, kind of waddle up to the bench. He takes a box from underneath this bench and he puts it on his chair, and he sits on it as to be higher than, so he could see over his bench. You see him pull down glasses that look to have 2 or 3 different levels of magnification. And he's reading some parchment, and he's kind of mumbling to himself. And he looks up over towards Zansa, and he says, "What are the charges?" And she looks up and she smiles and she says, "Murder, sir. Found at the scene. We have witnesses." And he looks over at you and he says, "How do you plead?"
Well, there's a catch-22 now, isn't it, boys? That's out of character, by the way.
He's waiting. He looks, and he looks down at his docket, and then when you don't answer quickly, he looks back up and he grabs his the spectacles that he has on, and he pulls them down. "I asked you a question."
Tor would turn and kind of glance over at Boz. As it was his idea to play this out, he's going to leave it for him to kind of be their spokesman.
Boz looks at each of his companions in turn. Looks up at the judge. "Not guilty."
And he puts down his spectacles, and he goes back, and you see him jot something down. And he looks up at Zansa and he says, "Your evidence, ma'am." And she kind of scampers up to him and she says, "They were found in the sewers, covered in blood. They were found with Master Sullivan's ring on their person. I saw them coming out of Master Sullivan's estate. I saw the slaves running from the estate. The constable found them, red-handed. This case is simple, Your Honor. These men should be executed immediately.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I've already kind of found a hole in her story. The constable found us in the sewers, saying that he followed the blood trail through the house into the sewers, and that's where we supposedly brought the body. How was she outside and saw us?
He looks up at you, and he pulls down the spectacles, and he looks you dead in the eye, and he says, "She is not on trial today."
No, but her witness testimony is in question.
And with that, Zansa looks and says, "Your Honor, I have at least a dozen people that will corroborate my story. At least a dozen that will tell you exactly what I've told you. This one is tricky. He will say anything to not be punished for this crime."
Oh, and you would know that, wouldn't you, sister?
And he kind of, it's almost like a gasp, but he like hiccups at the same time. And he's like, "Sister."
Yes. She didn't happen to tell you that. Did she happen to leave that information out? How convenient that she leaves that information out and makes up others.
She looks up and she says, "Your Honor, that information is not pertinent to this case. I am charged. I have been in this city for almost 2 decades.
Is that not the
I am a
judge?
trusted servant. This one is new. Why would I send my own brother to be executed? Why would I try him for murder? What reason would I have unless I was simply being honest, as this position has required me to be?"
Oh, sis, you have always told such grand stories. I see you've only gotten better with your lies.
She says, "He will spin a good tale. But in the end, ask them plainly, Your Honor. Did they murder Master Sullivan? Ask them." And he looks and he says, he's nodding. "Well, did you kill Sullivan?" And he's looking at you, Razir.
No, they did not.
I said, did you?
I cannot deny my involvement in it. They had nothing. And the order came directly from that woman over there.
So you don't deny murdering that man?
I murdered no one.
And he looks at you really, really confused and kind of shakes his head. "You just told me that you killed him."
I said I had involvement in it. I didn't necessarily say I did it. And I'm actually going to, he's tapping on the table. And I'm going to be casting something on Zanza.
With what?
With the sound that I'm making off the table. I could pick up a pencil. I can tap it.
You don't have a pencil.
Just tapping on the table will do it.
What are you trying to do, bud?
Casting phantasmal force on her. What that is it's pretty much an illusion that is epically real to the point that it can harm her if need be. She has to pass an intelligence DC save of, which isn't all too high, 12.
And what would this look like as you were trying to manifest this? As you're sitting in this box, what exactly, describe it in detail, what you think it would look like as you were trying to cast this?
Well, as he's as he's kind of just rapping out on the bars or whatever, he can tap it on himself. He's cast this way before. It's an illusion of Master Sullivan, and only she can see him, as well as hear him interact with him. And it's going to be an illusion to her that is so real that even, and it says it right here, that if she doesn't pass it, it is so real that she will convince herself, even if she thinks that it's fake, her mind will come up with a reason as to why it's real. But it's him dead, pretty much probably coming at her with a knife, saying, you killed me.
Yeah, I need to roll for this. Hold on. Okay, so you start tapping and this kind of mental image begins to form. And as you're tapping, suddenly that you hear the as the tome heart that is standing next to the thing moves his hand over and slams it down on top of yours. And he says, I am sorry. Arcanic energies are not permitted inside. Please refrain in the future. And he lifts his hand up. It didn't hurt you, but you certainly felt it. You would probably have a bruise, but you wouldn't really take any damage. But seeing that, though, Sansa, as that image breaks, she looks over at you, and she says, "Even now, brother, you won't accept your fate."
I thought you were denying that we were relatives. That you wouldn't do such a thing as incarcerate your own brother.
I believe you need to listen better, my brother. That is not what I said. And she looks over to the judge and she says, I'd ask for a quick decision. If we do this quickly, they could be done. They could be gone by tonight. We don't have time to be fiddling with such triviality when there is so much evidence to the contrary of their story. I would ask for your decision.
What is the rush? If we are guilty, you have us in prison. Why are you in such a hurry to kill us? And you, Your Honor, I do have one request. The body of the man that I was carrying is at the Ryan Kanye. He's from Copperfell. His father, we were trying to get him back there before this woman and her friends killed him. Believe me or not, I care not, but I would prefer that if we are to be killed, that someone sees to it that his body is returned. I'm sure they will be rewarded.
Word has already been sent to the Lord of Copperfell.
In fact, Your Honor, do you have anyone here, a paladin of sorts, that could possibly speak to the dead? Then we'll get a voice that isn't lying. You have a body. If you have someone that knows how to speak to them, you'll get all the answers you want.
He thinks about it for a moment and he says, Trix, no. You were asked a simple question, all of you. Did you kill Master Sullivan? And none of you have given me a straight answer yet. I can only assume this to be the words of the guilty. You, dwarf. He's speaking to you, Tor. You. Hold on a second. Sorry. You asked why the rush, and you assume prison is your sentence. That is not how it functions here in the sphere below.
You are very silly. You assume as well. I did not assume that you would put me in prison. This is Dragongrin. I assume I am to be killed. And fine. But I said there is no rush as you have us in custody. To find truth, I would think, would be more important than to see us slaughtered, wasted. But do as you will. You would anyways. She pays you good coin. Enjoy it.
That last part stings, and you could see him, just his face grimace, and he's just, the defendants are found guilty. And he pauses for a moment, and he said, if there is anyone that has anything to say on their behalf, speak now. It may be your last chance. And
It most certainly will be their last chance, as you will probably have them killed too.
ignoring you, you see a familiar face in the pews several rows back, wearing a white dress. A woman begins to walk forward. And Boz, especially you would recognize this woman. This is Master Sullivan's widow. And she walks towards the bench, and she walks towards all of you. And she says, Your Honor, I've lost more than you can imagine in the last few days. But people, well, and she looks at you, boss. She says, people deserve another chance. And I would request that you give them another chance, whether they deserve it or not. Someone once told me that although we probably don't deserve it, we are given many chances. And she looks at all of you kind of in the eyes, each one of you, and says, if you are given a chance to defend yourselves, if you are granted this boon, make sure it means something. And she looks at all of you and nods, looks at the judge and nods, and walks back into the pews. Boz, you would remember when you were protecting her from the servants. You remember that you whispered something in her ear very similar to that, to remind her to raise her children right, and that she had been given a second chance. And she almost mimicked your words. And with that, the judge looks at Zansa, and he says, execution is what you ask for, yes? And she nods. And he looks over to the widow Sullivan, and he says, and you say, give them a chance. Give them a second chance. He said, I believe I can fulfill both of those requests. And he said, they will be taken to the tomb. If they are innocent, they can prove it through combat. And he looks at Zansa and nods. And he looks at all of you, and he takes his gavel and he slams it down, and he says, to the death then. And he stands up and walks out of the room. And all of you sit there as the courtroom starts to funnel out. And is you, the Tomeheart, and Zansa. And just a few kind of stragglers. There are still probably 8 soldiers surrounding you. Is there anything you guys would want to say or do right now before you are taken back to your cell?
It seems your plan didn't go off as well as you thought, now did it, sister? You set the whole thing up, and the one thing you didn't count on was the man that you sent us to kill's wife, bunging it all up.
She says, you think you have a chance? You have no idea where you're going. I shall enjoy watching you be torn apart, my brother. And she turns and walks out of the courtroom. What would Sentry be going through at this point, Chad? He's been very quiet for a while.
Yeah, I think that Sentry has been just taking everything in. This is the first time he's had to deal with anything like this at this level. And in fact, when he sees the other Tomeheart in the room, this is the first time he's seen another Tomeheart other than himself. And Drake, I think he's been around Razir now for a while. And Razir may hear it because as long as he's standing next to Razir, that same sort of humming that you may have heard from the Tomeheart earlier begins to sort of rattle in Sentry's chest, and he becomes a little bit out of breath, almost as if it sounds like he's anxious for what is to come.
We are to fight to the death. I have to watch and witness. Die in combat?
As if he's confused, like, I've never had to do this before. I've never had to experience this particular thing before. How do I handle it? And please help me explain why my chest is now all of a sudden just going haywire, and I feel heavy, and I feel emotions, and I feel things that I'm not comfortable with or that I don't understand.
Okay. Tor.
There is a chance, at least. More than I thought we'd have, to tell you the truth. But yes, Sentry, all of us will have to fight. I'm not sure what or how, but we'll have to work together and fight. But it's a chance I'll take. Better than immediate death. More than I had expected here.
And Boz?
We have we have been in our fair share of fights together. We have killed here, killed there where necessary. Whatever fate is awaiting us, this is truly our life or death moment. Whatever you have, whatever we have inside of us, whatever capabilities, we must dig down beyond those. We must give it everything and more that we have if we are to continue living, if that is our fate. And as for me, my brothers, I intend to fight with every last scrap of breath that I have. If it means that I, or one of us, can get your damn sister, Razir.
I could not agree more. As for you, Sentry, one, you are now part of this crew. You will not watch us die. You will watch us fight and live. You will be there beside us. Two, we are going to kick everything's fucking ass.
And I think that Sentry would look at Raz in that moment, and he would extend a large stone hand out into the center of this grouping. Now,
I will not allow you to die. You were the one to make the final blow. But she is the one who caused all of this. If anyone is to die, I have nothing left to lose. So I will make sure you don't die.
And with that, all four of you are taken, kind of escorted back down the hall, through this dark stone courtroom, through the main entrance. And again, you are taken to another place. This is probably 20 or 30-minute walk. You go down through some tunnels, you go up through some stairs. It's very confusing which way you guys are going. But you are again placed into a cage of sorts. It is a cage of stone. Only the door to the front has iron bars. Everything else to your sides is stone. You are placed into this cell, and it is locked. But the one difference is that all of your items, all of your armor, all of your weapons sit inside this cell. And you are told, just by the guard outside, all will be explained. Just give a few moments. And as you guys settle in, we are going to take a break for 5 minutes. Bio, get a drink. Whatever you need to do.
And I've said it several times in the chat already, but Drake, you are a vicious, marvelous asshat. This is
It's just fun to mess with you guys.
every time.
Well, I can't disappoint, dude.
We should see it coming. Like, we should see it coming. It should be like Captain Obvious, and nope. It just slapped right across the face. Every
All
time.
right, guys. We got a lot to cover, so just be back in 5, all right?
covering ground. Okay, cool. Sounds good.
Greetings, adventurers. If you head on over to facebook.com/somethingrpgish or head over to somethingrpgish.podbean.com or look up Something RPGish on iTunes, you can download our brand new episode 5, The 3 Pillars of Adventuring, released just today. Over an hour and 20 minutes of Drake and I discussing the 3 pillars of adventuring with an epic 20-minute Western improv session exemplifying all that we talked about. If only to hear Drake hit on a halfling postal worker, you got to listen to the episode. That's Something RPG-ish on Podbean.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm eating. To the 8 or 10 people that have been watching the whole time, thank you for putting up with the lack of ability to find pictures and stuff like that. But I do appreciate everybody watching. Hope you're enjoying it. A little bit slow there at the beginning, but it's worth it just to mess with Scott. It's one of my favorite things in the world to do. So if you guys haven't seen it, we have just released episode 5 on Something RPG-ish, our podcast. And we talk about the 3 pillars of adventuring.
I literally just promoted that.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, right after everybody else left. I always do our Something RPG-ish commercial.
Well, you know what? That's okay. I said it again.
I said it better.
Your voice on it's great.
I've got the bigger beard.
You do, because I shaved mine.
Because you shaved yours. Even if you didn't shave yours, my beard's at least 3 times the size of yours. I sound like a 16-year-old boy when I shave my beard. It's my beard that does all this deep voice.
I like that we're measuring beards.
I do think you have Scott beat, though, Bill.
I have what?
You have Scott beat.
It's not hard.
This is true. And actually, Chad just shaved, so.
So I'm the 3rd most impressive facial hair on this show.
You are.
I love it. I think Chad's number 4, though. Scott, I think, is the last.
Yeah, but Chad's only been not shaven for 2 days. He's still better than Scott. You're muted, bro.
Still
I
muted.
am okay. No, my facial hair grows back like a monster. Like I seriously, I shaved it off for the one day of con, and by the end, I shaved it off on the Thursday night so I could do Joker for Friday. By Sunday, I had over 5 o'clock shadow in 2 days, and I was like, well, okay then. Beard will be back in like less than a month. Hooray! Mm-hmm.
All right. Let me swallow. Shut up, Scott.
You just knew. Because I'm going to kick it in the gutter. I'm going to drag it the whole way down it, man.
I've probably had 40 hours of gaming with you as your DM. So, yeah, I kind of knew that was coming.
But you got to watch out for Chad here, too, because he's the one that will make a comment like that also. Well, actually, I gotta say, probably everyone in this group would have made a comment.
Yeah, Bill, we'll have to work that on them. So, hope everybody's enjoying the fun so far, especially Razier. Honestly, kicking him when he's down is just kind of part of the fun. So, anyway, so are we all set to get back into it, guys?
I don't believe we have a choice, but we are eagerly awaiting it.
And as you are sitting there, you guys hear, and again, this is very similar to the cell that you had before, about the same size. It just has bars on the front instead of a door. You hear shuffling of feet, just kind of soft shuffling, just and a beautiful, absolutely beautiful woman comes to the front of your cage. And she looks very sweetly at all of you and says, Would you have a word with me, please? Yes.
Yes. No? Yes. How can we help you?
Well, I'm here to explain to you what is going to happen. I'm here to explain how you will die.
Isn't that just a little presumptuous?
Very courteous, though.
You see, the four of you have been chosen. You obviously have some skill when it comes to murder, and your weapons say that you've used them before. So there is a bit of a tradition here in Lorien that once a year there is I guess you would call it a tournament. And we take the 8 most powerful, strongest prisoners that we can find, and we throw them into the tomb. There is one winner. Now, I know what you're thinking. This is just... No. We won't make you kill each other. The four of you are a team. There are other teams as well. There are also individuals. But there will be 4 rounds. The first 3 rounds, you will choose 2 to compete. All of you must compete in at least half of the rounds. You are slated for the first match. You will go in front of a crowd of several hundred. Your deaths will bring joy and pleasure to the people of Lorien. Is everything understood, or do you have questions?
Boz is finishing up, kind of strapping on the blue dragonborn hide armor, slipping his mace into the frog on his side. And what happens when we live?
She smiles and she says, if you live, you go free.
You said that there was 4 rounds, correct?
Yes.
And that's all against other prisoners.
Yes.
There's no extra round against something else. By the way that everybody's made this sound, it seems like no one actually walks out of this.
There is always one winner. Every year, there is a winner.
And anything goes.
She smiles and she says, anything, as long as it's entertaining. Just make a good show. Is there any other questions before the tournament begins?
So we choose who goes each time.
Mm-hmm.
And so you say 4 rounds, we each have to be in at least half.
Yes. The final round, if all of you make it, chances are who or what you go up against is probably going to be more than able to take on all of you. But if you make it through the rounds, you will choose 2 from this group to compete each time. It is rather simple. I would request you have a few minutes to discuss amongst yourselves who will compete in the first round. There is another competitor in the cell beside you. And I must give him the rules as well.
I will go in the first round. Whoever feels ready, feel free to join me.
Big cousin. I feel as though you'll forgive me for telling you this, but I think maybe you should sit this round out. I think perhaps the easier opponents may be first. And I would hate to waste your energies. And I would hate to see Razir here fall to a much larger opponent that perhaps you could face.
So the horny fiddler goes first with whom?
At this junction in time, you guys really want to joke about this. I guess get it all out while you can, you know. If upon our deaths, making fun of me is what gives you joy before on your last breath, then I should be thankful for it.
Razir, we make fun because we care. And I will put my your back and fight to the death alongside you if necessary.
I do not
Death
know.
or theirs.
Oh, sorry. Thought you were done.
I am now.
And then he looks to Razir. I do not know what joy is, but I assume miserable state. I would like for all of us to reach that at some point. So I agree. Here, we need to have a strategy on how we approach this. Scanning each of you logically, right? Like as if he's going through the motions. And then Boz, you are small, but you are strong. And Razir, even though you are frail, your mouth has gotten you out of a lot more opportunities than this. If both of you combined your powers together, I do not see why you could not at least get through the first round.
And as you guys are talking, from what is obviously the next cell over, you hear, "Get out of here! I don't care about your rules. You just tell me who needs to die." And you see that little girl just kind of skitter past the front, just almost in tears, just terrified, just kind of scampering across the front of your cell. And she goes away for a minute and comes back, just kind of peeks her head. Have you made a decision?
Well, boss, it's either you and I or myself and Captain Mountain here.
I will respect that remark.
Mountains are immovable objects, my friend. And if I can dodge around you, they might not even be able to keep up with me.
What is your decision?
Let's do this.
And who will compete?
You and I guess. You said you'd always put your back to mine. I guess we're going to be testing that theory. It could be shattering.
Then, Bill, I need you to roll me a 1d4, please. Okay. She looks down and say, "Okay, And she asked you your names, which she writes down very quickly. She said, "Okay, and your first opponent will be Feral Toadson. So please just wait a few moments, prepare yourselves. Please say goodbye to your friends, and you will be escorted to the arena. I wish you well. Goodbye." And she walks away. And from that cell across the street, across the way, you hear, "Huh, Toadson. You're going to have fun with him."
Well, that makes it difficult to strategize.
Scott just walked away. He's like, "Screw Toadson. I'm out of here."
I got a plan, Scott. So here's what we're gonna do.
Just roll with it, and when he comes back, he has to improv. The end.
Just
Would you
don't tell anybody. Just toss me.
would you reply to the person who was speaking?
I wouldn't.
What do you know of Toadson?
Killer. He's a killer like all of us. 3 or 4, I think he took out before they got him. Don't stay too far away, though. He gets you from far away. He's not too tough. From what I heard, you got 3 or 4 of you in there. Just don't stay too far away and you're good.
And who are you, friend?
Don't worry. You'll find out who I am.
And then, boss, I guess we're heading in to cut down the tree.
And you guys are 2 guards come. They're dressed just like the people that you saw in the sewer. And they, excuse me, and they open your cell door in the opposite direction. So you're walking away from the person that you heard speaking. You can't see within his cell. Can't see him. And you walk out to the left. And as you walk down this corridor, it opens up into an enormous, looks like a carved stone tomb. There's grays and the blue hue of those lights that you've seen throughout the city, kind of around the edge. The ceiling is probably 50 or 60 feet high, this huge vaulted ceiling. In the center of this ceiling looks like a sphere, like an 8-foot diameter sphere, and light is shining directly down from it. And as you get out into the arena, you see that this hole seems to go completely through the mountain up into the sky. You see blue sky for the first time in days. You haven't seen it. In the center, under this opening, is a tomb, just a kind of a large stone, looks kind of like a sarcophagus, but it's easily 20 feet long. It's enormous. This area is a giant circle. Around the edges are littered with bones. The dirt is stained red more than it's brown. Above it, there's about a 10-foot wall, and above it you see almost looks like bleachers, but they're made out of stone, and they are filled to the brim with spectators. There are 2 tunnels that lead out into this arena, one that you came out of and one directly across. It echoes like you wouldn't believe. The crowd just cheering, just echoing everywhere. It's an assault on your hearing. You almost have to concentrate to kind of zone out. And the two guards stop as you're a few feet in. They turn to you and they nod and they go back. And the the door slams shut. And you can hear it just as bars get moved over to lock. And you see in front of you, coming out of the opposite door, a humanoid form. As it gets closer, you notice it green. It has large, bulging eyes on the top. It has a large, gaping mouth. It wields a shield and a longsword. It has a crossbow at its waist. It's probably 6 or 7 feet tall and almost as wide. It wears just tattered hides. And when it walks out, it looks around to the crowd and just raises its arms and the crowd just erupts, just rah! Just cheering for this creature. The only people who can see it are Boz and Razir. Sentry and Tor, you cannot see anything. You can't see anything that happens in the arena. But you can hear the crowd roaring. This creature looks very much like the amalgamation of a frog or a toad and a very large humanoid. And as you stand 30 or 40 feet apart, a small gnome walks out. And he's holding some type of a metal pipe, and he looks at everyone and he says, "Let the tournament begin. We have Feral, Toadson, the Scourge of the Swamp. Over on the other side, you have Boz Baldonovich, the Uldane who will bring the pain. You have Razir from the depths of hell, Hellspawn, Resonance." And you hear the crowd just cheering. He looks at you two, and he looks at Feral, and he says, "To the death." And he scampers away through a smaller door. Roll for initiative.
Because there's nothing like starting out this night perfectly right for a fight with Razir. A natural 1 for 4.
And yeah, he rolled a 15, so he's going to go first. First thing he's going to do is grab this crossbow that's at his waist. He's going to pull it up, and he's going to aim at you, Raz. And he is going to hit for 6 points of piercing damage, as just faster than you could imagine. This thing just sinks into your shoulder, and when it does, you start it feels strange. It almost starts to tingle, but you take 6 piercing damage from this. And he's also going to move about 20 feet closer. So he's now about 20 feet away. Next one is Boz.
I thought Scott had a 4.
Oh, no, he said he rolled a natural 1.
Plus his dex.
Okay, I didn't hear that part. Okay, then Razir goes.
I did roll a natural one for a 4. I had said. All right. So Brazier, quicker than lightning, this crossbow just comes up and poof, and the next thing I know, I'm getting tagged like in the shoulder, right up through the fleshy part, going like past it almost through. Not hitting anything vital, but damn, it hurts. And he kind of look over at Boz and kind of nod his head and take off, sprinting off. I think he's like on the right side, takes off, kind of sprinting right as Boz starts to go left. All right, Chad. And on his way, he's casting Bane on him.
Okay.
And you just hear, like, as he's going, you just hear ding, 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 and like he's smashing and hit these swords against the metal of his armor, and that arrow went right into the bleak storm, like right in that bleak wound. So he's pretty hurt, but he's still rat-a-tatting. And then as he's going, he carves like almost letters in the air and runs through them. And he's casting Bane on him. Concentration. He needs to make a charisma saving throw to beat a 12.
He rolled a 7. He failed. What's the effect?
Okay. Anytime that you make an attack or saving throw, you have to roll a d4 and subtract it.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Boss.
Bonus. Can I make an attack with my bonus? Because he is two-handed fighter. Or do I need to make an attack in order to make a bonus attack?
I would say no right now.
All right, then he just running in, gonna try to get as close as possible.
Okay. Boz. And you can get right up on him, Brazier. You can literally get right in front of him.
Breaking off to the left, Boz actually is thinking of what Razir had said about making this a shattering experience. And he actually begins to make the gestures and mouth the words of the spell. But as he raises his hand, there's this crackling blue and red lightning that arcs across his hand, almost like a pzzz. And he just kind of, for a split second, and he just kind of goes, ah. And the words don't come. Instead, Hase! And it almost, as he says it, and his hand makes this weird twist, it sounds like Hase! 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 And as Boz takes a step, he appears to split into two. And as he takes another step, he splits into three. And there's now, on 5 feet on either side of me, there's two mirror images of Bajador Bogdanovich standing in the arena.
Awesome. Now, what effect is that going to have on this guy?
Mechanically, every time you attack, I roll a d20.
Mm-hmm.
And if I get a 6 or higher, then the attack hits one of the duplicates.
Okay.
And they disappear instantly once they're hit.
Okay, cool.
And then that number goes up when I'm down to 2.
So
when I'm down to 1.
So he's going to see that, and he's going to kind of take a step back, seem really confused. You can see his bulging, frog-like eyes just kind of darting back and forth, and you can almost see them getting like bigger when they see more than one of Razir. And he is going to take this longsword, and he is going to just strike as at whatever is in front of him, just kind of blindly.
D4 off the roll.
Yep. And what is actually he does hit. Jake, do you want to roll for me?
Yeah, I rolled that as you were rolling your attack. That's a 20. So as he attacks, the sword would cut into one of the duplicates that would appear to be cut in half, and then it would just...
Okay, so there's just the one left.
There's now 2 of us.
So as he does this, he looks really confused and almost, his head kind of darting back and forth. And with that, he uses his movement and actually jumps just this kind of thing. Again, just think about a frog. He just crouches down and just jumps and lands right next to you, Boz. He just right on the ground. Next is going to be Razir. You're now about 30 feet away from him.
And he's right next to Boz now, correct?
Right next to Boz now, yep.
Yeah, so he just barrels up. Like he's getting close to this guy as he swings at one of the illusions, and Razir's using that as a distraction. He's trying to come in from behind. He's trying to go for that quick, maybe like almost like a backstab. He knows, to strafe around and try to get from the sides, flank him. And as he's coming in, he just jumps away and he's like, and just keeps running. And as soon as he gets in there, he's going to try to keep Boz on the other side of him so that way they can tag team this guy. He's just going to attack. And you're fucking kidding. With the first attack, he totally misses. That's only an 8.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you swing, and as this guy's just kind of like crouching down, not sure what to do, you just whiff with it. Boz.
So this thing's right in front of me.
It's literally within arm's reach. Yeah.
Not even having time to do much of anything. He casts a spell as a bonus action. I'm going to cast a spell. Dukovny Zabra with a quick gesture, and off to the side appears a spectral battle axe in the air. And then I'm going to use my action to actually attack it with my mace.
You need to roll 15 to hit.
Yeah, we'll see how that works. All right, there we go. And that's exactly what I got. A 9 plus 6 is 15.
Good. Roll for damage.
And that's going to be 8 points of bludgeoning damage as I just reach up and just hit as high as I can on this thing.
Okay. And how long is that spectral weapon going to last?
It's going to last for up to a minute, and every round I can, as a bonus action, I can move it and have it attack. But I use the bonus action to cast it this round.
Okay, cool. And he again is just, you guys are just so close to him, so he is again going to crouch down and just use his movement to jump probably about 30 feet away, and he is going to turn around and he is going to attack Razir
with a minus D4.
Right. Well, that would make it. He only rolled a 3, so he's not going to hit anyway. So, what he's going to do though is again just lift up that crossbow, just shoot again. But this time you can almost see what he's going to do. You know his motion now with that. So you just turn. It almost hits you in that same shoulder. But that tingling starts to grow. Start to grow on that, and with that, Jake is going to need roll a D100 actually on the Wild Magic Surge table, because he has decided to multi into Sorcerer, and he just rolled a 1.
I just remembered that I was supposed to roll when I cast that spell, and I just rolled a 1. Let's see. Oh, you almost got your wish.
Well, I know you quoted that you wanted your first one to somehow affect me in a bad way. So,
well,
and he wants a unicorn.
So I don't know if you've got yours open there, Drake,
I don't.
so you can see what it is, but it's I rolled a 58.
Mhm.
So basically what you would see, the visual representation would be kind of as an after effect of casting the spell. You see Boz just kind of start to shake his hands a little bit, like, and they almost appear to be glowing. And as he kind of does this, he even, for a second, as he flips his hair out of the way, some of his hair singes. And mechanically, for the next minute, anything that I touch that is not being worn or carried and is flammable will burst into flame.
Awesome. Okay. So Razir, it's back to you. He is again probably 30 feet away. Roz's hands are on fire, apparently. And what would you like to do?
That arrow comes sizzling in, and he dodges out of the way, and like he slaps it out of the air with the flat of the scimitar. And doing this process, he looks over as Boz is shaking his hands because they're on fire, trying to like put him out. And the only thing he can kind of do is like, he probably thinks that it's just part of the magic that he does. He can't explain the stuff that he does, so he just kind of like shrugs and goes running after this guy. And I'm gonna attack him twice this time. All right. Well, the second one hit. The first one did not.
Okay.
So he comes swinging in with this golden sword, and this frog, he just kind of dodges out of the way with it. But it's more of a feint than anything, because coming underneath where you can't see, almost like a snake striking from underneath the arm, it just and he stabs in right underneath this guy's armpit where he's holding onto the crossbow. The second one was looking at like 24.
Oh yeah, of course that hits. You'll need to roll 15.
That's a 10.
Give me some damage.
All right. Looking at 9 points of damage.
Okay.
Could just come stabbing in underneath his arm.
And as you do that again, he just likes. He doesn't really seem to like to walk. He just likes to hop, which seems fitting. And he again jumps about 30 feet away from you guys. And this time he's going to attack Boz. And what he does, he crouches down and he opens this maw, just this mouth. It's probably 2.5 feet wide. And you see this huge organ, this huge tongue come darting out and wrap itself around you, Boz.
D4.
He rolled a 19, so we're good. And he's actually starting to pull you towards him. His large tongue is actually wrapped around you.
It actually wraps around the mirror image of me that was left. I rolled a 17, and I needed to get at least an 11.
So he tries to wrap around it, and it just fizzles away.
Well, does it do any damage?
No, it was just grabbing you.
So it's like a grapple. It's not an attack.
Correct. He's just trying to get a hold of you. But if it's going to grab something anyway, if you're taking a sword and swinging at it, I think that this attack, as it was supposed to hit, would have done enough to make this thing fizzle away. It can't just stick around forever.
Well, it actually has it can't stick around forever, but it's attacks that make it disappear.
Okay.
Because it actually has an AC.
I'm sorry, and I misunderstood. I thought the mirror image was for Razir, not for you.
No, it was for me.
Okay. Well then, okay. Earlier I thought you had said Razir. All right. That was a big misunderstanding then. I didn't understand that. All right. Okay. Well then, that will be back to Razir then.
He didn't jump away, correct?
No, he's in the same place, about 30 feet away. Just kind of confused again.
Boz, did you end up going? Because he just wrapped you with a tongue. Oh, yeah. Okay. So just being up in his grill, I'm going to roll for one attack, and I'm going to give Bardic Inspiration to Boz here, and that's a D6. I'm going to have to verify that, too. That might have went up, actually. And he comes slicing in and misses. He doesn't hit. I don't know what dice is going to work for me tonight, but most of them don't like me.
All right. So he is again just he as this you run towards him. The same thing. He is going to take a swing with his longsword at you, Razir, and he will hit. But it's just a glancing blow. You only take 3 slashing damage to like the meat of your left leg. And okay, we're back around to Razir.
I haven't had a turn for a round.
Yeah.
Well, then you should go. I'm sorry, man. You're the mirror image thing is kind of throwing me off because I was sure that you said Raz, but you could have said Boz, so it's not a big deal.
Well, I actually said neither name. I said myself.
Okay, it's fine. Let's just
Anyway,
move forward. Do your turn.
Yeah. So, is this thing still gripping its tongue around my mirror image?
No, it really couldn't really grip anything. So, if it's a mirror image, I don't think it would withstand any type of wrapping, would it?
Yeah, it has an AC. It has a physical representation. It's just an actual attack causes it to dissipate. But if it's just something that's grabbing it, it would actually grab hold of it.
Well, then it would actually be, at this point, it would actually be probably halfway towards this thing's mouth as it pulls it. So it is pulling your mirror image into it with this gaping mouth. And yeah.
Okay.
Good.
I will let it pull my mirror image because that's not me. And I am going to remember what this dude in the cell next to us said about staying close to it and already seeing how this thing can jump all over the place. So as it's distracted by my mirror image, I'm going to use my bonus action to direct the spectral battle axe to move toward this thing and attack.
Okay.
And that is going to be son of a. That's a 12.
That does not hit.
So that thing whiffs, but I am running toward this thing. And I'm going to kind of do like sliding into second base as I take a swing with my mace, trying to kneecap this thing.
Okay, go ahead.
And that is an 18 on the die, so that's 24 to hit. And that does 6 points of damage to his kneecap.
Okay. Again, he just kind of looks down and but he kind of makes a weird noise because his tongue is still out. He's like, oh. All right. We're gonna be back to Razir, right? Or is it his turn? Somebody put the order in the chat, please.
It goes Frog, me, Boz.
Okay. So it is now Frog's turn. Frog is going to sorry, Toadson. He is going to pull this mirror image back into him, and he is actually going to basically try to consume it, so that as he's going to tilt his head back, and it's going to go into his mouth till all you see is the mirror image's legs just kind of waving in, and as he crunches down, the mirror image would take, if it's probably just going to dissipate, but it would take 8 piercing damage.
Yeah, it would feel a moment of something, and then it would actually grind its teeth as the mirror image just dissolves in its mouth.
And I imagine that if he did it, he would be kind of crunching down, thinking he was going to really have to bite down. And with that, I think he would like take a chunk out of this giant tongue that's inside. And with that, it would just kind of a small little piece. He would just, and a small little piece of a tongue would actually fall out of his mouth. And then he will again go down, and he will jump 30 feet away. So he is now 30 feet away again. Let's see. There we go. Razir.
But I think, Boz, we need to kind of hopefully put a cap on this And as he's running towards, he starts tapping again, and it's a sound that would be reminiscent to what he was tapping out in the courtroom. And I'm going to cast Phantasmal Force on that thing.
Okay.
Which means that it will no longer have Bane.
Okay. And what do I need to roll?
Let me see. You need to make an intelligence.
Okay. And what's the DC?
Beating a 12.
He rolled an 11. So what exactly happens here?
Okay. Phantasmal Force is a big thing here. The phantasm includes sound, temperature, and other stimuli also evident only to the creature. It can use an action to examine it with an intelligence investigation on its turn to the spell safety DC, so he can pop out of it. But right now, I can pretty much make anything in a 10-foot cube. So he ends up inside of a box with spikes. So if he jumps or moves, he's going to hurt himself, and he can take damage from it.
Okay. So basically, you have imprisoned him in the middle of this thing, but he's the only one who sees it.
Exactly, and it's real to him for a 1d6 psychic damage if he moves or jumps or anything like that. Gotcha. So,
okay, Boz, go ahead.
And closing the gap.
All right. So the thing jumped far enough away that this spectral weapon, I use my bonus action to start moving it toward this feral toadson dude, and it doesn't get there. I don't have enough power to bring it all the way to him. But I'm going to run at this guy, and as I'm running, I just kind of drop my mace into the frog on my side, the holder for it, and I start to cast again, and he starts to say another spell, and it just doesn't seem like it's going to work. And you see this electricity arcing across his hands again, and unlike any spell that you've seen Boz cast before, there's this flash, and what you see is electrical energy arcing out at this toadson dude. And I need to make a ranged attack.
Okay.
And I'm going to roll the surge. God bless America. The electrical energy is just going to fly wild. That's 5 to hit. So it's basically this. It's like an electrical whip that I can't control. It's just going whipping all over the place.
Okay. Razir, so he is stuck in this thing, and you see those eyes just kind of whipping around, looking at everything, this spiked cage that you've made him see in his mind. What does he need to roll to?
Another intelligence investigation. He has to investigate the illusion to see if it's real for 12 again.
All right, let me take a look. That's a 14. So he goes out and he reaches his hand out and he tries to touch one of the spikes, but he doesn't touch anything. But I think that would be his action, though. He would keep trying to touch it for this particular turn. He would keep looking around and touching and just not feeling anything, and then slowly realizing that this is just an illusion. But that would be his turn, just figuring that out.
It says that it takes an action to do it.
Right. That's fine. So you go again, buddy, as he's feeling away.
And he would notice that he was distracted. Like he's pawing at thin air, and just come in and try to hammer on him. So 2 attacks here. All right, the first one is a 14 to start plus 6. So he sees that he's reaching out for this. And which hand is it? Because I'm aiming for it with a
This is his left hand.
20, unnatural 20. And he's reaching out. And I'm just going to come up with that golden sword. And you need to die. And he just coming down on that arm, probably right in like the weak spot, right in the forearm, try to taking it right off.
Roll for damage.
And that's 9 points of damage
Awesome.
with the golden sword.
Okay. Boz.
I had a second attack
Go ahead.
for it missed. Anyways, so go ahead. Sorry.
Man. Good.
All right. With this electrical energy crackling wild, Boz takes a second and he directs the spiritual weapon. Did the dude Toadson move?
No.
Or was he okay? So he directs this spiritual weapon forward to take an attack against him. That is a 22 to hit.
Yep.
And that is a D8 plus 5. 9 points of damage.
Okay.
And then he's just concentrating on using a familiar spell as he makes the gesticulations, and he gets the words that he means to say, Voldenia Vizia! And you see this bolt of radiant energy come shooting out of his hands. And I'm going to... You actually see it start to go a little bit haywire. And something happens, and there's like a little crackling of energy, and he tries to redirect this thing. And I'm using Tides of Chaos to give myself advantage on this roll. That's a much better roll.
You do, if you wanted, you had a bardic inspiration.
I rolled low enough that it wouldn't matter. A D6 wouldn't help.
Okay.
So this is a 19 to hit.
Absolutely hits.
And that is going to do 12 points of radiant damage as this thing hits square in its chest.
And this thing, it gets knocked off of its feet. You can see the blood begin to pour from his chest. And it just looks up at you guys with those large eyes, just kind of open its mouth a little bit, and you can just see it breathing heavily. You've obviously really, really hurt this thing. And Jake, with that, as you see him panting and this blood coming, as you use Tides of excuse me, what is it? Tides of Chaos. I'm gonna need you to roll another Wild Magic Search, please.
Oh, come on.
I got the book open, so just give me your number.
No, it's not going to do absolutely anything in this combat, but for the next 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 18 days, I'm immune to the effects of alcohol.
Okay.
A dwarf that can't get drunk.
That could be useful in the next session. So,
well, I'll make a note of that. For 18 days, I can't get drunk.
So he's gonna again just kind of get up, and in one final thing, he just doesn't have the strength. He's gonna open that mouth again, and he is going to, even though it's too close, and he's gonna roll with this advantage, he is gonna try to use that tongue again, but this time it's gonna be towards Razir and try to pull him in. And with disadvantage, he actually rolled a 17. I rolled an 18 and a 17. So this tongue, Razir, actually wraps around you. And since you are so close, he pulls you right into his mouth, just immediately pulls in. Again, tilts his head back, and you can just see this monster's just gullet and these rows of teeth as you go in a little bit deeper, and it crunches down on your abdomen, taking 9 piercing damage as you are restrained inside of this thing. And it's actually your turn.
So he wraps me up, and I'm getting dragged into this. And as this is all happening, as he gets to his mouth, you just hear a string of curses in tiefling, in infernal, and I'm casting vicious mockery. As I go down his gullet, I'm just swearing up a storm, casting vicious mockery. So wisdom DC 12.
He rolled a 6.
All right, come on, D4, do me something here. For 3 points of damage, my words cut like a knife.
And describe as you fell this thing when you were halfway down its gullet. It only had 2 hit points, bro. You are wrapped with his tongue halfway down his gullet. Right before you went in, you begin casting vicious mockery, and you slice away at the inside.
The only thing I can think of is there's Raz halfway down this thing's gullet. His legs are still sticking out, kicking into the air, as he's still swearing up a storm. And like as the spell gets cast, you just like this thing's stomach just goes, and then he just kind of like rocks like a weeble wobble, and my legs kind of finally overtake it, and now I'm almost pyramid on the ground trying to stand up with this thing on my head.
And you do get out, covered in the juices and saliva of this frogman.
And it stinks.
It does. And you stand up and the crowd goes crazy. Just clapping and cheering. And everyone is just, you just stand up and you are their favorite person. You are the celebrity. You are the man. And you like this feeling. You haven't had people enjoy your performance in quite a long time. And it appeals to you. And that man, that little man that the announcer comes back out, and he goes over to Farrell, and he kind of raises his hand like you see in the WWE. You know, he pulls his hand up, drops it, pulls his hand up, drops it, and on the third one, he drops it, and he makes the you're out thing, and then he goes over to you and he raises y'all's hands. He says, "And the winners, Bajidor and Razir." Everybody. And just so you know, Razir, you still have that dart sticking out of your arm. You may want to do something about that later. And you guys are very quickly escorted back to the cell, to the chant of Buzz and Ross, Buzz and Ross from the crowd.
We end up back inside, and I see Sentry, and I'm all covered with goop, and I'd be like I said, we're going to fucking kill everything. Now go out there, get it done.
And I, just as we're heading in, I clap Razir kind of on the shoulder, and there's all this goo there. And as the last bit of this wild magic surge is still on my hands, there's this as my hand seems to be quenched in this goo, and there's this I imagine just a horrific burning whatever toadson spit smell.
And you guys are back in the cell. And what would Sentry and Tor say to these two? Boz being just, again, you guys know what these guys look like. But what would you say? What would you ask?
Well, I take it that means things went all right.
I figured you would be bloodier than you are.
Not a scratch on me.
This is a good sign for things to come.
Yeah, speak for yourself. Can someone please pull this fucking dart out of my arm?
And at that, like, you just see Sentry just grab with full force and like yank you forward into his hand, like just shoves a stone hand towards your chest, yanking the little dart out of your chest. Probably doing more force than he needs to.
Ah, thank you. That was so very subtle.
Subtlety
Yeah.
is not my strong suit.
You've made that apparent. I'm going to go sit down now.
And from beside you guys, you hear, I told you to stay away from him. I suppose you took that advice. The next one you're going to get, stay away from his right arm. I've seen him before, used to work with him. Just stay away from him. It'll mess you up. And just the moment that he finishes saying it, that beautiful little girl comes back. Are the other two of you ready?
I imagine that it's like the two of us are just in there, just rolling shoulders and, you know, like the Bash Brothers, just ready to go. Like, all right, I've been crouched in that cell for far too long. Let's go.
As Tor was going out the door, Rouse would kind of slap him on the shoulder. No, don't hold back up there, big guy. This is a fight for all of our lives, and I'm giving him bardic inspiration at the same time. So you got a D6 to use as you wish.
Okay. Boz, did you want to do anything before they left?
I will wish you good luck. But if we can handle it, you will smash them.
And they are led, just like you were, to the same thing. The funny part was the corpse of Ferrell wasn't moved. It stayed in the same place, blood pouring from the wound in his chest from your bolt, and from his mouth where Razir finished him off. He just lays there as the blood slowly just empties from his body. And you guys too hear the slamming of the door and the as the locks are cast. And in front of you, you hear and you can almost feel it reverberate. And in front of you walks approximately a 7-foot construct. Looks to be made of metal with a small green pointy-eared goblin sitting atop it, pulling a bunch of levers. And, you know, it looks like he's just very frantically touching things. And he raises his arms. And when he does, that construct's arms raise up too. And the crowd just goes wild. And again, that announcer guy comes out and he announces both of you first. And he says, and now, the Tome Heart Sentry, from parts unknown, he is the rock. He is the hard place. He is Sentry Jetreven. And we have Veeder, the Beater Tor. Sorry, hurting my throat. And their opponent. You know them. They ran rampant around the city for months. It is Noggle and Shell. And everybody just begin. And again, he runs. Yes, the Rock and the Beater. And I need you all to roll for initiative, please. Alrighty. Chad, I need you to roll initiative, please. Hello? There you go. All right, Chad, it's going to be Sentry, Tor, and then Noggle. What would you like to do?
All right. So Sentry's been crammed in that cell for a while now. And he sizes this thing up. And he looks over. Yes. And I want to go ahead. And I'm going to start with a bang, man. I'm really going to go ahead and start with a bang. He comes out, and I imagine you start to see him run at a gate. Just out of the gates, come out of the chute, and with a full force of a fist, he goes to slam it, not into him, but into the ground, and I'm going to be casting Thunder Wave and trying to send the ground forward towards him and just knock him off. If I can get the little goblin off the top of the back of this construct, that's the number one thing for me. So that's my aim. And he would need to beat a DC 14 wisdom save. Or no, it's a con save, so DC 13. Or does it go by my wisdom because it's a spell that I cast? I'm confused. It's a con save, but does it go by the wisdom spell check?
It goes by your spell save DC.
Okay,
which
so
is, which goes by your wisdom.
Okay, so DC 14 then.
You're muted, Drake.
This is why I don't ever mute my mic, because it takes forever. So what is the effect when he fails the save, Chad?
So when he fails, he takes so it's a 15-foot radius, but it goes for 2d8 thunder damage, and then he's thrown back 10 feet. So it'll be thrown back 10 feet from the spot.
Roll for damage, please.
So 9 damage.
Okay. And as it's just the force as you slam your fist into the ground and you cast this, just the earth itself just ripples and it comes up and just slams into him, knocking him back 10 feet. He doesn't get knocked prone, but he absolutely gets pushed back. Tor, what would you like to do?
Tor, seeing this and realizing that this is it, like everything's on the table, I have to get out and I have to deal damage. He's going to allow and even embrace the rage, and soon we'll be blacking out, and we'll be charging at this guy with his trident and swinging wildly at him.
Okay, you're getting a lot of static, Bill, by the way.
Yeah, I got a neighbor who's got an air conditioner running. That's probably what everyone's hearing, and I can't turn this down anymore.
Okay, it's fine.
All the way down, so
That's fine. We can still hear you. Roll to hit, man.
He's also going to be going into a reckless attack, because I was able to make sure I hit. And I will miss, because the highest I rolled was a 3.
Okay. But you are right up with him, right?
Yes, close in so I can swing my trident at him.
Okay. Well, with that, he's going to take one of these large arms, and you're going to hear the goblin just kind of cackling on top as he brings this arm down, just trying to bash you over the head. And he rolled a critical fail. And as he does, part of his arm hits into the ground and it gets stuck. And now you're almost nose to nose with this goblin as this construct is like bent down. You are eye to eye with this goblin. And his arm is stuck into the ground. Sentry.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. So I see this, and I look to Tor, and I see how close he is, and it's almost like I want to set up a tag team moment right now. And you see him as I continue to run. I'm gonna try to come up under, and I'm transforming. You just start to see the rocks sort of rolling and fixing themselves until the horns of a great goat begin to form out of the top of his head, and it's just smash right into the chest cavity. And Tor can follow up with whatever he likes if he does not get just completely decimated by that and knocked off.
You want to roll to hit?
That I will. Give me a moment. Oh, yes! No joke. I rolled a 20. Rolled a nat 20 on that beast.
So you turn into this stone goat and just go charging in and just ram him. Now narrate not only the damage, but how you knock this goblin 20 feet away from this construct and flat on his back.
Okay, this is okay. So I imagine you just see the just, and then the horns just straight gore through the chest cavity and flip upward as the arm gets wrenched out from the ground. It just kind of twists off, and the goblin itself gets launched back off of. I imagine there's like a Wilhelm scream, as he's launched like 20 feet away. And then I just sort of blow my nose out, and there's just a bunch of steam that comes out from the nostrils. And I look to Tor like, go finish the job. I'm done.
And as you do that, and this goblin just flies away, the construct just stays there with his arm stuck in, just motionless. Tor, what would you like to do?
Tor would see this goblin go flying and realize it's like a game of fetch and chase after this goblin, trying to skewer it. So this works. Let's just roll 2 dice. Okay, that would be a 19 on the die. So I'm assuming that works.
Absolutely.
All right, and we'll come down at this goblin, and I'm dealing 10 points of damage as I just come down with a trident. Like, he runs at this goblin since he got away, and he runs towards him, and with like 5 feet left to get to him, he launches off the ground, taking to the air, his shield upraised, but the trident just kind of pointing down as he brings it down to stab into this goblin, landing kind of like astride the little goblin.
And your trident impales this thing, going through it in 3 different places as green and black ichor just starts to pour from this thing's body. And it just opens its eyes wide as you stick it, and it is gone. You have just decimated this thing. But the problem is, as you try to pull up your trident, the goblin is stuck to the end of it. It's like you have to try to shake it off or something along those lines.
Actually, in the rage though, he has it skewered and he lifts it like a cocktail weenie on a stick, and he just shakes it for the crowd, still like in that full rage, and just loving the sound of the cheers and that like pulsating in his head and just like kind of blood splattering over his head and his shoulders as he shakes this goblin. And eventually it will like break. Something inside will break and it will fly off and probably like smatter up against a wall before he finally kind of realizes and puts his trident down and turns over towards the rim.
And the crowd just is eating it up. The crowd loves it when its bloodied carcass just rips out off the trident, and they're just chanting. And you guys, just like the other two, are the hit of the show. It went so much faster than you realized, and you two again are escorted back to the cell. In the next few minutes, probably you sit there for another 20 or 30. You hear your fellow prisoner next door go out of his cell. You just see his shadow, just this enormous shadow go out, and you hear him introduced. You don't recall the other person's name, but you know that he won because he went back into his cell, and you heard him called Grigax. And his match lasted about 10 seconds. And he comes back to his cell and he says, "You'd think they'd put people a little bit stronger against me. That guy was a chump." And then he just sits there, but you can hear this deep kind of this heavy breathing, like that whatever he is enormous. And after that, you're called again. I need two more participants, please. Congratulations on making it to the third round. Who's going to go this time?
He looks to Sentry looks to the four of you. How do we want to play this time?
Do we want to mix and match?
Well, the final round, though, right? You say 4 rounds. The final round, we all fight, right?
Yes.
Yes, I believe we do. Yes, I believe we do.
So I say I do not use whatever this energy that fuels Boz and Raz's. So I'll go out, and whoever else thinks they can make it, say they come.
I would like to fight alongside you, big cousin.
Gladly, little cousin. Let us do this.
Before they leave, he would kind of go over to each one, and I'm going to hand them one of the 2 healing potions because we should have our backpacks with us.
Yeah. You're the only one who's really taken any damage, Razir.
Yeah, I know.
I wouldn't take it from you. I would just push it away. You
Well,
need this.
I don't need it right now, but if you need it and it's in here, it won't help any of us. If you don't use it, we'll still have it.
Very well. I'll take it.
And both of the dwarves are escorted out again. You hear their introductions again. The crowd goes wild. And coming out of the other side is almost like looking into a mirror. You see a very tall Grimdall dwarf wielding a 2-handed battle axe, dressed very similarly to Tor with furs and things like that. And you see an Uldane dwarf just staring at you, looking at each other, looking at you. They both seem very unsure. Roll for initiative.
Do this.
Okay. Bill rolled a 20. Okay. So, Bill, you are going to go first, then they are going to go, and then Jake is going to go.
What's the general distance between us?
Probably about 30 feet. The
Okay.
whole thing is only about 60 feet. So if you guys meet in the middle around that center tomb, you're always about 30 feet away.
Perfect. So then Tor could make a charge.
Yeah.
And again, he will see these two and know he can't hesitate. And that red will come over, and that remembering how amazing it was to win the last fight and to hear the screams and the cheers of the crowd, he will let that fuel his rage, and he will fly forward towards the old Dane dwarf, and going into a reckless attack, will start swinging with his trident.
Go ahead.
That will be a 20 to hit. Total non-natural.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Nice. And that will be 14 points of damage as he kind of does a little Superman punch with the trident and skewers probably a exposed shoulder.
Yeah, and this guy falls to a knee. That hurt. He's a lot smaller than you. You got the leverage. You just jump and just skewer him right in the shoulder. And he looks, and again, these guys try to take some cover among that construct that's still sitting there, and you just charge right past it. Just he is definitely hurt. His larger Grimdall dwarf companion is going to take that battle axe, and he is going to hit you, and you are going to take only 2 slashing damage. But it's just a bare graze just across your chest. He does connect, but it's just ever so slight. It barely even breaks the skin.
Did you already reduce it for me raging?
How much did I need to reduce it? He rolled a 19.
It's halved. I mean, just the damage is halved.
Oh yeah, it's 1. Then
okay.
1, it's fine.
Perfect.
And the old Dane who you just skewered is going to go for you as well, but he just doesn't have the strength. He tries to lift his mace and just whiffs. Absolutely nothing. Boz, your turn.
Right behind Tor, Boz is charging, mace raised, shield out, and seeing Tor take down the old Dane, Boz is going to leap out, mace raised, and just try to hit high and hard on this bigger dude.
Okay.
And that is going to be a 19 to
That
hit.
hits.
And that does 6 points of bludgeoning as he connects.
Okay.
And then hits the ground.
Awesome. Tor, you go.
Tor, smelling blood, seeing this dwarf kind of fall to a knee, he's going to attempt to kind of throat stab him and finish this off if he can. And that would be a 17.
That hits.
And another 10 points of damage as the spear comes in past his defenses.
He's not down, but he is bloody and he is hurting. He's just, again, stuck on one knee. He's got almost nothing left. His big cousin is going to go for you, but he's just going to whiff. He's just too emotional. He's too excited. You see that this is his friend. This is his companion, just like you and Boz. And his emotions are just getting the best of him. This guy's going to take just another swipe at you. And he too is going to miss. God, these guys are rolling terrible. So we are back to Boz.
Another fierce swing with the mace. And as I start to swing, I have trouble recovering from my land, and I'm going to tap into this bleak energy that seems to be granting me these abilities, and I'm going to use Tides of Chaos to give advantage on that attack for a nat 20 on the big dude.
Okay.
So that is going to be, what is it? Roll twice, then add modifiers, or how do you do it again?
Roll roll all your damage, add all your modifiers, and then double it.
Okay. So that's 6. That's 12 damage.
Okay.
And then I'll surge whenever you want me to.
Okay. I'll let you know. All right. Tor, you have the one guy just on his last leg right in front of you, and the other Grimdall.
Tor senses that this one's almost done and revels in the idea of the kill. And that would be a 21 to hit, so that should do it.
Describe how you just destroy this guy.
So Tor raises the trident, and instead of bringing it down immediately, he brings out his giant foot and slams it into this dwarf, bringing him to the ground, and then follows up with the trident, actually piercing right through the skull, slamming it through and impaling him, and then pulling it out with his splatter of blood.
Awesome, dude. Take a point of inspiration for that. By the way, Chad, I forgot to tell you, take a point of inspiration for that ram earlier.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
I forgot. I'm sorry. I got so caught up in the narrative.
No. Me too, man. Me too. It's
Forgot
fine.
to tell you. Okay. This Grimdall dwarf sees his companion died. He's like, no, and he lashes out at you, Tor, just with his battle axe. Excuse me. And you take 4 points of slashing damage. Just with everything he's got, he gets it, but you're just too tough. You are too strong, and he just doesn't have that much left in him. Boz, your turn.
Muted, bro.
Yeah, you muted.
Let's just assume I said something epically hilarious and poignant. That's not even worth repeating. But this mace has been good to me and is no longer good to me as I roll a 10 attacking this Grimdall dwarf.
That does not hit. Tor.
Now, covered with more blood, Tor will turn towards his equal-sized brother. And, well, that's nice. That was a 19 on the die roll, so
Okay.
24.
That hits.
And we'll deal 10 points of damage as he slams it down into this huge creature's thigh, trying to kind of bring him down to Boz's size, so maybe Boz can hit him.
Okay. And he is going to try to... Ooh, that just messed up everything. He is going to try to hit you, Tor. And he is going to impact just one of the few pieces of leather that you have on that's just kind of covering this part of your shoulder. It's going to hit, but he just does not have enough strength to pierce that armor. Your natural skin, as well as the little bit of leather that you have, is just too much, and it just kind of hits and kind of rolls off. You take no damage at all. Boz.
It is time that you fall too. Or maybe not. That's a 13.
That does not hit.
I just swing my mace menacingly.
Talk all that smack. Tor.
Tor will look at this other Grimdall. Start laughing at him as his strike did no damage, and in his rage and frenzy, that's one of the most hilarious things to him. And he will hit him with a 23 on the die roll. there for 9 points of damage as he brings his trident in to slam into the belly of this equally sized dwarf.
Can describe how you gut and kill this fellow Grimdall.
So as I said, he comes in to the belly, just bypassing any of the strong protection that he may have anywhere. And once it goes in, he twists and yanks it out with a huge portion of skin there and just spilling intestines on the ground. And again, we'll raise what little of the skin is there in the hand, spraying blood all over himself and probably Boz, reveling in this crowd's adoration.
He definitely is. And the crowd just goes insane. They're chanting your name. They're chanting Boz's name. They are just absolutely enthralled. They are quite entertained, as it were. And the announcer comes out again. And he does the same thing. He pulls the arm and, drops it three times. He's out. And he looks over at you. And without this pipe in his hand so everybody can hear him, he says, "You will remain. Your companions will join you. Prepare for the final match." And Sentry and Razir, you guys are escorted back out very quickly, actually. And the crowd just goes wild when they see all of you. You guys, I'm sure, are just raising your hands up there, cheering. Tor, you are covered in blood. Even Boz is still has blood on him from the damage that he's done. The corpses of Noggle and his golem just sitting there motionless, of Feral, of this other Uldane dwarf and this other Grimdall dwarf. Now you see why the dirt and sand around here is red. It has absorbed all of the blood of everyone that is here. And out of the other door comes about the biggest dragonborn that you have ever seen. Probably pushing 8 or 9 feet. This blue dragonborn walks up to you 20 feet away, looks you all up and down, and he says, "This is what I've been waiting for. I kill the 4 of you and I'm free. I'm sorry in advance for what I'm going to have to do to you." And the gnome comes out again to do the announcements. And this dragonborn is wielding a great sword. And the pommel of it is, the very bottom is a skull. And as this gnome jumps up on top of this tomb, this sarcophagus in the center, the guy goes, "We don't have time for this." And he takes the great sword and cuts this gnome clean in half, to the excitement of the crowd. And Boz, he locks eyes with you, and he sees that you are wearing blue dragon scale armor, blue dragonborn scale armor, and he charges you.
You better see it, because I'm thumping my chest on this breastplate as soon as he comes out.
I was going to say, Tor would grab that amulet that he has, the symbol of those stone riders, say, "I might have to get myself a pair of armor too."
Y'all are talking smack. Boz, he is going to charge you. And he is just so enraged that this swipe with the sword misses the first time. But his second attack hits, just gouging your left shoulder, with you taking 11 slashing damage.
As he hits, bleak lightning arcs from the wound and traces a path up his sword. And he needs to make a dexterity save, as I'm using a feature called Wrath of the Storm. He needs to beat a 12.
He just rolled a 13.
So he will take. He takes, let's see, 8, 7, 15. So he takes 7 lightning damage. How much damage did I take?
You took 11.
Oh, shit.
And he is obviously blue dragonborn, so he is resistant to lightning damage.
Oh, of course.
So he'll do 4. And now I need everybody to roll for initiative, please. Oh, you good. You already have. Excellent. Could somebody put the order in the chat, please?
Still waiting for Scott.
And he rolled a 12.
Okay. Scott.
So it looks like Tor is going to go first. All right. What would you like to do, Tor?
Would like to get his armor. So he's going to look at this guy, and as he goes into his rage and charges him, pick on someone your own size. Again, reckless attack. Just move that. And that's a natural 20.
Awesome.
So 8, 2, 10, 26 points of damage.
Okay.
As skewer into the back, like right shoulder, trying to get this guy's attention to draw on him and let his friends wail on him.
Okay. And next we have Sentry.
Okay, let me think about what I want to do here. So this dude just got waylaid by one of my companions. I think. But now this is up to you, Drake. Am I allowed to say that I am okay to shift again, or no? If I wanted to shift into a different form.
Yeah,
so
you
typically the spell allows for a long rest before you can shift again.
I thought you could shift twice.
I think I
level.
can. I think I can at 4th level.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
You can shift one more time.
One more time. Okay. So I think I'm going to leave the shifting for a minute. And yeah, you see him thinking about this, and you see him have this mace, this dual-handed maul in his hands. But you see one of the hands come away from it, and he's just holding it with one hand. And he moves his hand forward. And it's almost like he's able to move the light in the room as a central point of silvery light begins to emanate from that gaping hole in the ceiling. It just starts to flow towards the Dragonborn, as I'm going to be casting Moonbeam down on him as my initial attack.
Okay.
And it's a 5 foot high or 5 foot wide by 40 foot high cylinder. And then if it hits, if he fails a con save, he'll take 2d10 radiant damage, or half on a successful one.
Okay, what's the DC?
So it's my wisdom saving throw. It'll be like my wisdom. It's a con save. He's going to make a con save, but it's DC 14.
Okay. He failed it.
Okay, cool.
Roll for damage.
Sweet. All right. So let me grab my DC 10 or my D10s. Oh, yes. I am happy. 14.
Okay.
So I imagine the way it looks is you see him like charging forward with the dual maul in his hand and just casting that light over into him, almost blinding him with it. And then just it smacks down radiant damage right to the chest, waving over him.
Awesome.
And I think, unless I have... Okay. So I think that will allow me then to also, while I have a chance, I'm going to take a bonus action. As I'm running, I kind of tuck the dual maul behind my back, and you see it sort of go inside.
Okay.
Transform into this bear as the snout comes forward, the shoulders come back, and you hear a pronounced in
Awesome. Razir.
Having been the only one that kind of took a little bit of damage in the last couple fights, per usual, he kind of hangs back a little bit, but he stays behind Sentry, but well within distance that if he needs to get in and like make an attack, he sees an opening, he's going to take it. But knowing he's not the hard hitter of the group, he's not going to be, but he can help. And I'm going to cast Bane on him. And you see him, he has both the swords out, and he kind of tangs the weapons, and you can hear the vibration, and he kind of slaps them together and like slides it towards him. And he has to make a charisma saving throw.
Okay. What's the DC?
12.
He rolled a 19. He's good.
So he does not get Bane.
And with that, with this radiant damage, Chad, coming towards you, he charges at you, and he is going to make his two great sword attacks. Okay. As the bear, what's your AC?
I believe it is still 15, but let me check.
It doesn't matter as long as it's not higher than 15. He rolled a nat 20 and a 17. So they are both going to hit. The first one, he goes through. Hold on. And you are going to take 8 slashing damage as he does kind of this uppercut with it. And he almost lifts you up. Okay. And he puts you in the bear form. Almost, he's so strong, he lifts you up onto your back feet. And with that final one, he drives this great sword directly into your chest with this critical roll. And you are going to take 21 slashing damage as he cracks your chest. Your chest, his great sword just digs in, and you just hear, and just the stone and the dust just start to come up, leaving this gaping hole in your chest, probably 4 or 5 inches wide and about a foot long. And you can actually see the glowing arcanic energy inside of your chest. Boz.
I'm going to. So he's right up on Sentry. All right, centered kind of a little bit behind him so that it'll catch him. Boz just looks at him and says, "You're like the lightning. Let's see how you do against the thunder." Henriette! And it's actually not a traditional thunder. It's just this loud ringing crack. And he needs to make a con save as I cast Shatter.
Okay. What's your DC?
12.
He rolled an 11, so roll for damage.
He's going to take 11 points of thunder damage. I need to roll to see if I surge. I do not.
Okay. What's the damage, boss?
It was 11.
11. Okay. All right. We are back up to the top of the order. Tor, what would you like to do?
Tor will see him go after Sentry and hit him. Now that opens a chance for him to get a good strike in. And he'll turn and slam the butt of the trident into like the back of this guy's head. Hey, I said pick on me. And it'll be such force though that it will do 13 points of damage as he slams him with this heavy end of his trident.
Okay. I'm sorry, I was distracted for a moment. Did you roll to hit? What did you roll?
Well, I rolled a 19 on the dice. So that's a 20. It was plus 5, so 24.
Okay. So that's fine. I'm sorry. What was the damage?
I just pre-rolled trying to get it, and that was the damage. Was 13 or 12
Awesome.
points of damage. Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I was distracted for a second.
It's all good. Actually, I forgot about this. I meant to do this anyways. And with that, he's also going to be going into a frenzied rage, in which case he will be swinging again, bringing that around.
Okay.
I gotta do that. And then I was like, oh, wait, I meant to do this on the last fight. Oh, that's not so great. That would be a 14 to hit.
That does not hit.
Okay, yeah, he just kind of goes into this two-fueled of a rage and starts swinging wildly and misses on this one.
Okay. Sentry, a giant hole has just been torn in your chest. What would you like to do? And what does everybody see?
I think that at this point, he has been pummeled on the ground. His shifting from a bear just falls apart. Like he's no longer bear form. If you cracked open that chest, he's by himself, as he is, and you can hear him. It's weird because even though he's a construct, you can hear him almost wheezing and panting. But then if you get closer, you realize that wheezing and panting isn't wheezing or panting. It's the center core of this creature's body, Sentry's body, as it's humming there pretty much loosely now in his chest, reverberating in his chest. And I imagine he's in that mode where he wants to fight to the death. He wants to keep going. But he looks to the others and he's thinking about what he can do. And then he kind of figures it out. And he puts his hands right on the ground, just right next to the ground. And with the last bit of energy that like he feels like he can muster, I'm going to cast Spike Growth around this creature, around this Dragonborn. I am going to cast Spike Growth into the ground. And essentially what Spike Growth allows me to do, I have a note card here. It's a 20-foot radius around, and it allows for any time he moves throughout any of this area, he's going to take 2d4 piercing damage for every 5 feet he moves, given a failed wisdom save. So not a whole lot, but it'll still be tacking away at him every step he takes in this space.
Okay, Scott.
He's standing right next to Sentry when this shot comes in and just blast away his chest cavity. And he backs up naturally to get out of the way of this now probably flying mountain, but ends up right next to him and reaches down and like just claps him on the shoulder. Remember now, my friend, you said that you were going to watch us die, not the other way around. And casting Cure Wounds on him. And I'm going to cast it as a level 2, so it's a 2d8.
Okay.
And 8 and 10. You get 14 points of hit points back. Now, quick question. When casting spells, I always end up getting this mixed up. Can I cast another spell that's a bonus action? Or does it have to be a cantrip?
I'm going to bow to Jake on this one. Jake, what's your call on that?
I don't believe you can, regardless of whether it's a bonus action, I do not believe that you can cast another spell.
Unless it's like twin or something like that.
Unless it's spell twinning or a cantrip.
Yeah, that's the way that I go as well. So you can do a bonus action physically, just not another spell.
I can only bonus attack, but that's if I make an attack, I believe so.
Yeah.
All set.
So with that, seeing that you just healed Sentry, he looks around and just seems fixated on this tome heart. And he looks at you and he opens his mouth and you see the electricity kind of spark, and he uses his dragonborn breath weapon and just shoots it directly at you, Sentry. And he rolled a 19, and you take 12 points of lightning damage as you just get shocked and just and as he opens his mouth and the crowd just cheers, suddenly the light coming from this cylinder that has gone up through the mountains begins to turn the color of like charred blood, just this red crimson, and you hear the rumbling of thunder just in the distance reverberating back down this pipe. And looking up, you can see clouds above in this purple and blue start circling faster and faster, and you start hearing this almost like a whistling noise of something just coming in and flying through the air. It's just it's crazy. You've never heard anything like it, and you hear the crashing of lightning and you see the flashes of light, and lands into it. You see a giant ancient obelisk land directly onto top of this tomb with a and what happens from there?
The words etched in primordial on the side of this blackened obelisk give only one word: treason. You see the area where the word is etched split into two and lower itself down 3-4 feet deeper into the dirt, around which are unconscious patrons who just couldn't handle the sonic noise created by this obelisk. You see a ramp open And inside, behind a veiled mist that just comes pouring out of this thing, you see a throne of onyx flanked by 2 marrow guardians, if you would know what they look like. In the center, on the throne, sits a bestial war maker of bleak iron armor, red and gray in nature. He stands and he steps out of his obelisk. He is surrounded by bleak storm and bleak energy as his armor is constantly reassembling itself together. You see this image right here, which is his armor forming the hood of a cobra behind his head. You see his pauldrons are 2 fanged vipers. And he says, "How the roaches scatter." And he steps forward in his red, gray armor. A golden polearm manifests itself in his hands. And I believe the first person he would see is...
First person you would see would be Sentry. Just this gaping hole in his chest would catch your eye. And you would see a familiar sight. You would see a sphere spinning within his chest that matched the color of your armor. You know this to be bleak iron. Bleak iron resides within him. You are tasked to find as much of this as you can. When this obelisk landed, everyone was knocked prone by the force of it. All spells were null and void. Everyone lay prone as you take steps down from this onyx throne.
Where is the people in the immediate area around the arena? I assume would be myself, Treason, these characters, and who is their opponent?
They blue druid named Grigax.
Yes, and he is still there, correct?
Yes, he is. He's just knocked prone like the others.
Okay. He steps forward towards Sentry. But he pauses for a long moment before looking back at the blue-scaled beast that has caught his attention. He moves over to the Dragonborn, stands in front of him, and the armor begins shifting around and shimmering. You see it open in places, revealing a corpse that looks like it's been half digested by the acid inside of this thing. It's not even dead yet as he regurgitates this half husk of a human onto the ground, and he screams, burning for a long moment before he finally passes out due to unconsciousness or worse. And immediately the armor engulfs this Dragonborn, feasting upon his new opponent. As he absorbs this dragon from the legs up his massive structure in his back and his face, the last thing to go are this Dragonborn's reptilian eyes. And when Treason stands up, he stands up larger than before, taller than before. He now has a dragon crest materialize on his chest. And you see this icon, this symbol glow on Treason's forehead, just seared onto there in this red glow of bleak iron. At that point, he turns back to Sentry and the bleak iron prize that lay within his chest, and he will head over there and attempt to take it right out of him.
And all of you see this Dragonborn, which was obviously more powerful than all of you one-on-one, be consumed by this war maker. Seeing the husk and this corpse get expelled with a just juicy grossness just all over this ground. The crowd has scattered. There is no one left in the arena save all of you. And all of you can get to your feet. But Sentry, I need you to make me a wisdom save, please. DC 17.
I
Okay.
thought it was a 20, and then I looked at it again, and I was like, damn it. It's an 8.
So as he's focusing on you, you fail that wisdom save, and you are petrified, and you are frozen in something you don't know how to deal with. You're frozen in fear. You've never felt this before. You don't know what this is, but this hulking just beast of a construct just looks down upon you, glaring at you, walking just with heavy footsteps, just walking towards you, and you are frozen with fear. And what would Treason do realizing this?
It is said that you can feel some sort of magnetism around a war maker that's about to claim its prize. Almost like a magnetism of the flesh. And so, Sentry, you'd feel yourself being pulled slightly pressured towards, pushed towards Treason in some way that you possibly can't resist. Or if you could, you're just some small chemical in a larger science. You don't quite understand how you would even start to try. You see his armor extend outward. His arm becomes long, twice as long as his arm usually would. And he reaches into your chest and embraces, cups, gently lifts this bleak iron sphere out of your chest. And almost immediately, the sphere is engulfed in his armor. Now, what sort of damage would I have to do to your character, Sentry, to make this done? You can describe that.
Okay, so as of right now, the chest cavity is popped open. And I mean, it looks like two sides of a chasm, a small chasm on each end. The ball of bleak iron is spinning just vehemently now as you go to reach down for it. And inside it, you can see that there's this small bone caltrop of some sort, but that's inconsequential to you. You just care about the bleak iron. And as you're reaching down, you feel his body trying to hold on, but as you said, he's now petrified. And it's like you're ripping it, if an item was stuck between two rocky crags and you couldn't quite get it out, you are wrenching and cracking and breaking every ounce of rock around it until finally it comes loose and you hold it in your hand, and I believe it would just spin in place above your hand a little bit.
And Sentry would immediately fall. Basically you just got your heart ripped out, literally.
Yeah, he would be completely
and you would drop to 0 hit points there.
Yeah, I'd be
You'd actually
deactivated at that point. Yeah.
I even imagine that, it's not that he pulls the heart out of you as the last gesture. It's almost like he grasps it and pushes you downward into the earth 1 foot. So you see the kind of cracks spread around where you were lying, Sentry, as the heart, like you said, spins above Treason's hand, and his armor moves and engulfs it. and pulls it, almost disassembles it into Treason's armor, stored away in some maybe perhaps microscopic way. But in his hand left over is this small bone caltrip, and he looks to you as he drops it to your lifeless hand, and he says to the room, "How primordial." He steps back towards his obelisk, having achieved what he came to achieve.
And what would the other three of you like to do as this giant war maker merged with this incredibly powerful dragonborn and is now just a few feet away from you?
Tor is still overcome with rage. This somehow penetrates mildly, though. He takes a half step towards him, pauses as he watches his friend have the essence torn from him. That half step only falters for a moment before the rage breaks through again, and he is thrust forward to charge at this creature, not being able to fully grasp just how much over his head he probably is in, but just the knowledge that this is his friend and he's going to revenge him, if nothing else. And he will stab at this creature, looking for any spot he can, any weakness he can in this massive beast of a creature.
What sort of weapon are you attacking with?
He has a trident, so it's actually
Nice.
Yeah, it's trident bone hewn a little bit larger than others, so it does a little bit more damage. That would be a 23 to hit.
What I would like you guys to do in this particular scene is I want the three of you to narrate what you do. No rolls. This war maker is elite. This war maker is far superior to all of you. But I would like you to narrate it with Barker, what you would try to do and what would happen with those attempts. So yes, you rolled a 23. When he's running at you with this trident, Barker, why don't you guys narrate what would happen?
Actually, if you just take a reference to kind of Mary and the Witch King here, Treason doesn't even really realize who's behind him. So when he gets hit with the trident, all of his armor is still at the front to protect him from maybe whatever the Dragonborn or whatever Sentry might have done to him. So you see these bits of Dragonborn scales that are still fresh from being harvested by this war maker. And so when you strike with the trident, you actually strike this Dragonborn Grigax, the remains of Grigax. And as Treason feels the puncture wound of the trident, he a small memory of maybe perhaps Grigax's a wound that Grigax was inflicted or was given when he was younger maybe crosses his mind. But you see Treason spin around and go to grab your trident, and he's going to attempt to bend it in half towards you, and he's going to attempt to thrust it right back at you.
When you attempt to bend it, this is not a bendable item. This is made of bone and things of the sea. You snap it like a toothpick.
Oh no, I'm sorry, man.
It's okay.
Wanted Barker to come in and play a little bit, ended up destroying everybody's weapons. No, it's all good.
Boz.
So I think Boz is crackling with this chaotic, bleak energy, almost as if the presence of this war maker has triggered this this chaos roiling with inside him. And Boz attempts to cast a spell, and I imagine it seeming like it's this powerful spell, as he casts Guiding Bolt at this War Maker. But I imagine that the energy of this Guiding Bolt doesn't even reach the War Maker, that the crackling energy around it just seems to kind of dissipate the radiance. And as this happens, almost as if an insult to what he was doing, attempting to do, and just the darkness and the power of this figure in front of him. As this spell dissipates, there's this crackling of energy and Boz actually flashes. His entire body just kind of goes for a second in a flash of wild magic surge. And illusory butterflies and flower petals begin floating around everybody. Almost like a slow motion scene in a movie, like slow motion rain, but it's literally like rose petals with butterflies flittering around. They're all illusory, but they're around us completely, because that's what I rolled on the wild magic table.
Go ahead.
No worries.
I got nothing.
The Treason and the rest of the War Makers know about wild magic, and they know about its unpredictability, and they know what it means for them, for their servants, and for their leader. Wild magic is nothing to be trifled with. See, Treason doesn't see butterflies or pretty things. What Treason sees are red digital mucks of magic on a black vision, almost like some sort of unnatural arcane infrared. All he needs to do is lift his arm and swipe away, and all of these beautiful butterflies fizzle into ash and nothing in Treason's vision. They don't do much else in terms of your vision, but they might slowly fade away. That's totally up to you, Jake. But he says, "Useless gesture," as he continues moving towards the obelisk. Now, these two husks, these two marrow guards, they rise at this point and begin to move down the ramp, standing. Their goal is to stand in between you and Treason to cover his escape. And this becomes apparent to you when Treason says, "Let them win. I want to face them sometime again." And he gets into his obelisk.
And as that happens, one of the doors that was locked in the arena, you just hear a and the door explodes out, and out of that door runs half a dozen humanoid figures, three of which slamming down these just bigger than you would think they could carry arcanic crossbows, just on a tripod in the ground, and they start aiming at these marrow. Each one of these people has some type of glowing copper piece. One's hair is copper, one's eye is glowing that copper, one's fingernails are just extended like Wolverine and just coming at these marrows. And with that, you see one in particular, a tiefling whose horns have gotten this copper hue, and she stands there and the horns glow brighter, and a shadow looks to go from her to almost encompass the entire room, including that tunnel from the ceiling. That color, that red hue is gone. Everything is dark. This does not affect Treason's vision at all, but the marrow cannot see. And those crossbows that are put down just start unloading, just doo, 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 doo. As members of the Arcanics of Nil, one of the chapters in the sphere below of the Copper Jackals, begin to destroy these minions that Treason has put on there. As Treason gets to the obelisk, what would he be thinking or doing as he sees half a dozen copper jackals starting to kill his minions and come at him?
Realizing that he sprung the trap at perfect timing, I think that he would sit down on his throne of onyx, and as the obelisk begins to close and these Marrow are doing their job and basically giving their lives to be distraction enough to protect his, you would see him hold out his armored hand, and out of it, repiecing itself together, is the bleak iron sphere that he gazes onto one last time as the obelisk doors close completely shut, and the bleak storm around the obelisk begins to fire up once more to fire him back up through the, we'll call it a tunnel, out of the Sphere Mountains.
And with that, as the crackling of the bleak and that red, as he leaves, that shadow kind of dissipates, and the red slowly dissipates for that white light to come back. And the four of you stand amongst 6 of these warriors of various types. A small halfling walks up to Sentry, and he kneels beside him, and he grabs that little caltrip, and he kind of looks at it, nods his head, and shoves his small hand into the chest of this tome heart. And with that, Sentry, you are reactivated and up to 1 hit point. You begin to see your friends. You begin to look around and see these warriors. And you see the obelisk is gone, and these Marrows are just littered with crossbow bolts as they lay bleeding upon the sand. And that is where we end this session.
Oh my God! Yes. Awesome.
Oh boy. So, am I
Does
the
that
only
make
one here?
Sentry a tome heart? Like, does that make Sentry a copper jackal now? Like, I feel very uncomfortable about where this is going, and I don't know what to say.
It's funny. Yeah. Yeah.
Am I the only one that has never seen a War Maker in action?
Watch session 2 of Tim Carney's Dragongrin campaign, and you'll see where that guy came from.
Man,
I watched part of that one in a good.
I think it's on my
It's-
watch list, and I just
it's
never
fantastic.
saw it. Holy crap! I've got to watch it now.
Yeah.
Dude.
It's one of the most epic openings that I've ever seen in a game. All of the guys in that campaign described their own war makers, and Treason was Barker's in that game. So we took Treason from that game and inserted it into ours.
It was so powerful that it knocked your focus out.
It did. I was just kind of like, okay, I don't know what's going on. Although,
No, I mean, you're blurry.
Your
right now.
camera,
Your camera
was
just
out
went
of
all
focus.
haywire.
I'm back. It's fine. What's up, Barker?
Hey man, I didn't know you guys were going to end it so soon, so I was like, I'm just going to jump back in here and thank you guys for throwing around some narrative combat with me. I felt kind of bad because it was like, man, we're going to narrate this, but I'm not going to hold back. I'm going to cream these guys if I can.
Yeah.
Well, we had a plan. I actually wanted to do a lot more narrative with you and the Dragonborn actually fighting, but we're already at 4 hours.
It was better the way it was, man. It was better. It was better getting wrecked by these guys than wrecking the Dragonborn.
I will say this, because we were just saying as you were coming in, Barker, that's my first experience, even metagaming with a War Maker. I've heard of them through the chatter, in the group and stuff. So I didn't know what was happening. All I know is this like primordial spaceship just landed, and this thing came out, and I honestly, as a player, my stomach twisted in a knot because I was like, there's nothing we're going to be able to do, and somebody's going to die.
No, if you watch Tim Carney's Dragongrin. He's doing session 4 on Saturday, so definitely tune in for that one. But if you watch session 2, this whole scene, okay, anybody who didn't understand it, I promise you, watch that whole game because it's an epic game anyway, and you will so appreciate what just happened 10 times more.
I'm gonna tell you something, Drake, on top of this, okay? This whole getting the discussion started about treason, bringing the War Maker back, just playing him again, got me talking with Tim, and I won't say too much, but I will say that there's a huge plot point that we have created between my character and these War Makers because of this game, this idea. It kind of spawned just a chain reaction of ideas that went to the Dragongrin game. So I'm really excited to see that pan out.
Yeah, dude. I've been telling these guys that I had a surprise for them, and they thought I was going to bring Tim in. Nope, nobody thought it was you.
Nobody. That's because I always say no to people. It's because I'm always working, so I'm always like, nope, I can't play. So that when I do play, people are like, oh my gosh, he's real.
Well, I asked you like 6 weeks ago. I was like, hey, can I get like 30 minutes in like a month and a half?
And 30 minutes. So really quick, what I realized that means is, can you play for 30 minutes, but I am personally incapable of playing without watching the whole game. So I've been sitting here watching, not participating in the chat, watching everybody like do their thing. It's freaking awesome. Awesome session to watch. And I felt like I needed to. So, but,
yeah. But thanks, man. I
sure
appreciate you doing a cameo. I love putting cameos in, and yeah, I mean, it's just awesome.
No worries, man. You guys got a cameo in my game. And can I throw something out there? It's a little news because I decided at the last minute to do something nifty.
Go ahead.
The Winds of Cerceline game picks up again on March 24th with 4 final sessions, and I've decided to make my prep notes public. So if you go to the Be a Better Game Master page on Facebook, you'll see the prep notes, and I cannot share a link in the chat. But if you want to do it, if you want to do it, awesome. If that's your style, looking at the prep notes before the game. But I'm really excited to close this out so I can play and run in more games with you guys.
Yeah, dude. Well, you're always welcome. Bill or Scott, you guys have anything, or Chad?
I recognized it as soon as he said that he started to like he spit out the dude. I was like, oh no, not this son of a bitch. I didn't get to narrate anything with you, but the only thing I was going to do was like a vicious mockery and call you all kinds of swears. like I knew better. Like I was like, no, he ain't. I'm not going to do anything.
How would I have dealt with that? I feel like his armor would have, since he's kind of robotic, he probably would have tried to translate the words, and they would have all come up as compliments in primordial in his language, and so he would maybe note some confusion at that before getting into the obelisk and riding his Harley Davidson home.
And just to give you guys a little bit of lore on the War Makers, they're basically tome hearts, but they have been manipulated and changed by the Dismembered Lord to absorb heroes. So they have all the knowledge and skills of the heroes that they absorb, but they slowly kill them and absorb their energy and their life until they have nothing left, and they expel one and take a new one. And when they take a new one, their armor changes based off of that.
That was my love life all through my 20s, basically early 20s, right? I mean,
well, we don't talk about that one, man. It's not that kind of game. But no, it was again, guys, great game. I know the end was a little bit a little bit abrupt, but that was kind of the point. I didn't want you guys to really fight that Dragonborn too much. I wanted to give you your combat. I hope everyone was happy with the combat that you guys have wanted. And certainly giving the opportunity, and now you are standing amongst several copper jackals. So
I just want to say that was epic too, Drake. That ending with, at first, a group of somebody come running in, and we're thinking, there's those guards I'm thinking there's those guards from earlier. I thought maybe they were all running in, but when you started describing all the copper enhancements, and I was like, oh man, copper jackal reinforcements. Yeah. That was badass.
Like always, guys, I certainly hope that you enjoyed it. I really enjoy messing And you guys should know that I'm going to find every way to, to kind of back in, get you, and kind of go behind you. And I mean, Scott, you should have known when she threw the ring at you that was going to be used for something, man. You know that by now.
You use everything against us. So
Man.
We have to, like I put it in the chat here. I was like, we need to start having a conversation like a group just for us, so that way we can communicate with each other without you, so that way you have no idea what's going on.
Bring it, dude. I love improv.
Game plan to take you on.
And Bill, you tried to use your trident against a War Maker that's probably a level 20. He said he was going to bend it. I couldn't just let him bend it. It had to go.
No, it's all good. I figured, but I just, as a character, I couldn't see him seeing his friend's heart torn out and in a frenzied rage do anything but just turn and charge. Like, it's like, I got it. I got to go. I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
I wanted an epic wild magic surge, and I got freaking butterflies and rose petals. But I really liked what Barker did with that. I liked what you did with that.
And
that was really
Chad,
cool.
Chad, what did you think about getting your heart ripped out?
So when you said, "Hey, buddy, we're gonna run a game on your birthday," I was like, "Oh, hey, it'll be awesome. It'll be great. There'll be
I have no heart.
There'll be some even if things go bad, there'll be some positive resolve." And then I thought about it halfway through when we were doing all the fighting, and I'm like, this is Dragongrin. I'm probably gonna die on my birthday. Whatever, it doesn't matter. But no, for real, you guys, this was the best, because I went from 0 to 60 in terms of emotions all the way through this. And I have no idea where this is going, because essentially my character's still pretty much dead, and I have no idea where to go with this character now.
Good.
Everything concept-wise just went out the window. I'm like, well, I had an idea, and now it's gone.
Well, I did tell you that I was going to crack open your chest. I did tell you that prior.
You did, and that was fine. I didn't think that a War Maker was going to come and take the bleak iron from me, though. That's the thing. So I'm thinking to myself, well, now what do I do? What's the next step? Where do we go from here?
And just so you know, in that first match with Boz and Razir, that guy had 30 hit points or 35. Y'all kept messing around with him. It went twice as long as it should have. If you guys had just fought him, he didn't really have much at all.
If we just fought him, we probably still would have missed. Oh, it wasn't like we weren't swinging at him.
Also, by the way, with the Goblin and the Construct, that Construct had 100 hit points. But he crit this guy and knocked him off of him. So what could I do? Goblin's got 8 hit points. That's just one of those things. The one that I thought was going to be simple, you guys took a while to kill him just because of bad rolls. The one that I thought was going to be the most difficult, it was quick because he skewered the Goblin, which was pretty epic, by the way, and just holding him up.
One thing you did though with that I think through that kind of wrench in your works is there were 4 of us, and you gave us the freedom to mix and match however we wanted. So you had no way of really anticipating how these fights could have gone, and I thought that was cool.
Well, I actually asked somebody to roll a d4. I actually had 4 different orders, and I think somebody rolled a 1 or 4 or whatever it was, and I went to my chart, and that's the order that they were going in. So you got to play it.
Even more randomization. So that's really cool.
Anyway, guys, Barker, again, thank you so much for playing that War Maker. I will be asking you back at some point because
I know you will.
Yeah, and hopefully you can work us in.
Because Drake's a needy son of a bitch. That's how he is.
No, when we were prepping this, he threw out a quote. He said, "Yeah, I won't need you again for another 6 months or so. So you guys go ahead and start preparing for that."
But then they might actually be able to fight you. You never know.
I hope so, because I hope to get riggedy wrecked by these guys, man. That's the only poetic way to end it.
So
Absolutely.
I don't know.
if
Level 20, no.
what's the copper jackal equivalent to a war maker, I wonder?
Oh,
Sentry. About to find out.
I won't say anything other than some fun, creative. Your GM is already working on some fun, creative ideas.
Oh my.
I mean, they're probably going to kill you, but you know, I do have ideas. Let's just say that the symbols are important that you guys saw tonight, and I think you'll find more out about that next session.
Nice.
So we, you know, hopefully you got a little bit. We'll have a lot more lore in the next one, and again, thank you guys. As always, you did a fabulous job. We're about 4.5 hours, and it's 1:30 in the morning, and Jake's going to kill me. Actually, you're probably not going to go to work tomorrow, Jake, so you're good.
No, the power is restored. I just got an email.
Oh shit.
I'm only working a half day tomorrow, so
Okay.
and it's Friday, so who cares?
Well, Chad, happy birthday, sir. I'm glad I could rip your heart out on your birthday. How many GMs can say that?
I'm just gonna regurgitate like all the pain and hatred and sadness until next session.
Okay. But anyway, guys, thank you so much, Barkers. Thank you so much for having a cameo. Bill, Scott, Jake, I really appreciate it, guys. You guys do an amazing job every time. And I'm going to stop the broadcast now. But if you guys like this video and you're watching it, so subscribe, do a thumbs up on the video. I'd really appreciate it. And listen to the Something RPG-ish podcast. So have a great night, guys.
Bye.
And we'll go. Yeah, it takes forever.